fix the location. I always forget to do that. I always forget to set our location. Reset that route there and turn auto zoom on. Do have a slight risk out today in Texas and a marginal risk extending up into New Mexico. We do have a couple showers and thunderstorms right now in the Seminole, Texas area, Andrews, Texas, Odessa, Texas, Midland, Texas, in that area. Wow, there's another storm forming down by Fort Stockton. So that's gonna cause some issues for our target. If that storm really gets going, we're gonna have to do New Mexico. New Mexico just might be the move here. There are way too many thunderstorms trying to form. The ARRR is way off. Or you gotta be like by the mountains west of Pecos, southwest of Pecos. I kind of like, there's kind of a target that I like Carlsbad, New Mexico. I really want to get a good decision down here as we get closer to Midland and Andrews. Yeah, but that storm's forming south of Fort Stockton is going to have some implications later, unless it dies immediately. Let's look at the echo tops on that. It's not very tall, so hopefully it just kind of falls apart and we'll still have the main Texas target in play. Otherwise, we will have to shift back to New Mexico. Good to see you in, Grifter. How are you doing? We are live in Texas. Yes, we are. Let me make sure the microphone is set to correct. There we go. Just switch you guys to the right microphone. No, I didn't. Okay, there we go. That should be the right microphone. Yeah, today could go either way. It's not a very high ceiling type of day. And the floor is very, very low. So there is a 2% tornado threat, and there is a chance we can get some tornadoes somewhere. They're just gonna be really tough to find, and you're gonna have to make all the right decisions at all the right times. So we really wanna keep an eye down on that storm forming south of Fort Stockton. Our target is about 30, 40 miles west of there, 50 miles west of there, something like that. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. If that storm really gets going, it's gonna just chew up Fort Stockton area, push New Mexico back to our target list. These targets are in kind of a race to the bottom right now. But we have a ton of cloud cover. As you can see, it's not normally great when this is how your skies look on a May storm chase at almost noon. Now we are in one of the more clear areas as well, so. But we were gonna chase yesterday. I was on the way down, and then everything went up really early and it got really messy, and I was like, I'm not gonna go live for this because we're kind of just, you know, there's really nothing to watch. So we didn't go live then. But we got some chasing to do today, and then we'll be in Colorado probably tomorrow, and then they do have a slight risk out for Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma on Friday. So we're gonna be in that area, probably get our oil changed tomorrow, probably actually Friday morning. If we can find a place up in like Guyman or something like that. I think Perryton might have one. Somewhere in there, Lamar, Colorado, something like that, to get our oil changed. So it's good to see everybody in here. Hopefully everybody is having a good Wednesday. It's already Wednesday. We do have a severe thunderstorm down to our south right now, near Odessa. Moving northeast. Got a couple special weather statements out for some other thunderstorms, including one for Andrews, Texas. These things are moving at a fairly good pace. They're moving north at 35 miles an hour, so hopefully they get out of the hair quickly for our target. I still wonder about that New Mexico target. I really want to see what the later HRRR says. Wait for the 16Z to come out. Last night, the HRRR was printing supercells in New Mexico with a fairly interesting environment, but the environment has downtrended and those supercells have kind of gone away a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be capped off into New Mexico tonight. So if you do get a storm there, it would probably be pretty. I don't know about tornado potential. Maybe further south, like Carlsbad to... Yeah, Carlsbad's not a bad target. It's not a great target, but it's not a bad target. And it's also going to depend on how moist we end up being compared to reality. It looks like we're a tad more moist, but I don't know how we're going to mix this cap out if we don't have any sun. Yeah, like this is a pretty strong cap for 17Z with no sunlight. Today just might be a wash totally, but that's fine. It'll give us time to go back north for tomorrow. These have been kind of these lower end mesoscale type days. You know, there's not going to be a lot of chasers out. Most people are going to be resting, getting ready for probably Friday. I really liked New Mexico when I went to bed last night. I got up this morning, it doesn't look good. Welcome in, Nat. How are you doing? How's the adrenaline drop? It was actually pretty nice. It was a relaxing day. Is this Pacific moisture or Gulf? This should be Gulf moisture, Grifter. Hello, happy hunting. Thank you, Jennifer. Need rain here in Albuquerque badly. This might be... I think this is all going to end up being a little bit east of you guys, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I think that's how that's going to go. We're looking for something to form way down, probably by the like Roswell to Carlsbad corridor, and then there's another target kind of like Toya, Van Horn, Alpine, Texas, somewhere in there. Although it's weird, like normally I've had a very photogenic Texas tornado by this point in the season, and I've yet to have a great Texas tornado. I've had a couple weak ones. We did have that rain-wrapped EF3 by Mineral Wells. But we've got Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and Illinois tornadoes this year. And I think we had a Wisconsin one. So we're up to like, I think we're 30 tornadoes plus. And we're just gonna keep grinding. We've really only had a handful of super interesting tornadoes. Most of the tornadoes have formed and then they've just, they stopped condensing and they were uncondensed for most of their life. So except for St. Library, that one was intense a few days ago on the 17th. But as far as today goes, it's really going to come down to what these morning storms do. How fast do we clear the cloud cover? The 14Z HRRR and 15Z HRRR say go to Fort Stockton. And if these initiate a little bit later, we just need that Fort Stockton cell to not get any bigger. It doesn't seem like it is. These showers stars are lifting north really fast, I think, which is a good sign. It's still noon though. Like, this is really late for your warm sector to be clearing everything out. Just really late in the day. And we don't really have much extra help coming in. The moisture, you know, Fort Stockton is a 66 right now, and then there's a couple, like in terms of temperature, we have a couple other higher temperatures down there. Down on the border, 81 over 61, so that's too high. There's like a middle ground where we want, where I think 60, 70 over 55 is perfect. Maybe could stretch it to 75, but really wonder what that storm, what those other storms are gonna do. It looked solid for a second, and then that new updraft, those new thunderstorms developed right over Fort Stockton, which kind of throws a wrench in stuff. Like, that just formed. Like, when I was starting to go live and getting ready and setting everything up, it hadn't started forming yet. I mean, it's been pretty persistent. It's been down there about a half hour now, and it hasn't really moved all that much. Want that Fort Stockton stuff to just move. Otherwise, we're gonna have a very quick chase today. I don't think New Mexico is gonna pop it on. Now, we do have a little bit higher temperatures than forecast by the HRRR. Valid for what time? This is what time? Valid for noon. Yeah, temperatures are running a little low, only a few degrees though. About 3-4 degrees. It's also low on moisture. We're getting observations in the low 50s, and these have like 48s across the board, so I don't know, that might be a signal that we should probably just take our chances with New Mexico. I mean, this is a 63 temperature, 47 dew point sounding at the exact site where right now we have a 64 temperature and a 50 dew point. So, I mean, a 60, you just want it to creep higher and higher. I mean, this one's more accurate. This is 63. Yeah, this one's, the Carlsbad one has got the temperature right, but the moisture's off. Just a tad little bit though. Like, these aren't major changes, so we're just gonna have to see. Had a storm here in southern Louisiana. Found you watching Max? Yes. Been working with Max for a little bit. Happy to be exclusive with him. Moving northeast at 35, yep. Yeah, these things are moving pretty fast. These are not our storms though. You can tell by this kind of wavy sort of look. But I wanted to also give you guys an update on the Twitter account. So yesterday I received my second email saying my account has been restored, and yet it has not been restored. So I believe Twitter uses full AI for their support now, so it just doesn't work. Like, I've received multiple emails now saying you did not actually violate anything. We're restoring your account immediately, and then, you know, it's been 4 days and my account's still suspended. So apparently it's a known issue, but they're not fixing it. So that's kind of cool. I guess we're gonna be rocking the Peter Griffin weather Twitter account for a few weeks until we can get it back. What is clicking here? Sorry guys, I get annoyed whenever there's a clicking sound like that. It bothers me. So the question is, for today, seriously, what is... The question for today is, what is the better move? Is it Fort Stockton or is it New Mexico? 16Z HRRR is just starting right now, and it does not look like it was initialized very well. I mean, it still loves that. It just throws that supercell further west. How do you say that town name? Balmorea? Balmore. Okay, Balmore.
Balmore. Balmore.
All right, it's Balmore. So I never really learned how to say that town. Balmore. Okay, so this model fires some storms on the mountains north of the mountains near Balmore at 2 p.m. time frame. That's when we're slated to get there. Let's see what it does in New Mexico. It doesn't do much in New Mexico still. It does fire a little bit, some bands of thunderstorms along and south of those mountains, really far west. I mean, it's 1400 LCLs. Its shear's a little bit weird. And this model fires them kind of outside of the good moisture. Yeah, 42 over 83. I just want to see what these storms down by Fort Stockton do. I really want it to clear out. Thankfully they're not too strong, but they're kind of just sitting there. So morning thunderstorms, and like the worst is the thunderstorm that forms at like 11 a.m. honestly, in your target, because like everything looks really good, it's on track, and then boom. Not exactly the case today, but probably gonna encounter some thunderstorms here on the way down. I need to get some water. That's pretty much all I need to get. Oh wait, I think I have a water right here. Yes, I do. I got a water. All right. Let's make sure our battery is still charging back there. We'll have the multi-camera set up again. That worked really well for us last time. It just burns a lot of battery, so I don't want to use it yet. We'll do it how we did it last time, where we'll start running it when we get on the storms. Seemed to work pretty well, and it lasted the whole chase. Man, that's rough. Oh, good thing you have instant Facebook. Yeah, it is. It sucks. It's whatever. That Twitter account didn't have a ton of followers, so I don't, you know, it's whatever. It just sucks because it's like my original Twitter account, you know, like that's the one I started in high school. So I think I made it in 2017. So yeah, the multi-camera setup was sick. Nah, I was really mad when I got done with the stream. And I realized that I did not have connection during that tornado intercept. Like, it was right behind us. The rear camera had a great view. Oh, it was so... Because that tornado basically came out of nowhere. Like, we kind of... Like, it formed kind of right behind us. And I started seeing leaves and branches and stuff in the air. And the wind shifted 180 degrees. And I was like, uh-oh. And I hit the gas. And then it just exploded behind me. So unfortunately I did not have it recording at that point, so all I have is the front facing Sony camera footage. So but I did just stick my camera out the window, so I got like 3 minutes of the intercept. We couldn't see it for long, so but we were on it. We hit the T intersection and we went like just a little bit south, and then our service came back. It was like the tornado did not want it to be seen on stream. I'm glad we were able to pull something out, a fairly, weak, tornado that didn't really hit too much, on a day that was, one, not going as planned, and two, with all those other chasers that we had to battle. I mean, it was a grind to get that tornado. That's why I like some of these mesoscale days. I've seen one chaser since I've been down here in Texas, so I think tomorrow I'll have a few more, and Friday I'll have a bunch because it's Friday in Oklahoma, Texas. So, but I don't know if we're gonna match the Kansas moderate risk in terms of how many chasers are there. That was insane. I pulled a bunch of footage and posted it on the Peter Griffin account of cars just stopping in the oncoming lane, just parking in the oncoming lane, just parking in the middle of the road, just insane behavior, just very unsafe behavior, and also very weird. Like, why are we stopping? Nothing's happening. There's no tornado. The wall clouds are weak. They're just kind of stopping because it seemed like velocity picked up on radar, but velocity would pick up on radar and nothing would happen for the first half of the day. It took a long time for it to get going. So, and then we kept getting stuck behind drivers going 20, 30 miles an hour on dry gravel roads, falling behind a storm moving 35, 40 miles an hour northeast. It's different when you're going east. When you got a north-south and east-west road grid like that, you're not gonna catch up if your storm's moving northeast and you're moving 35 and it's moving 35, because basically for every 1 mile it goes, you got to go about 2. So, and that's doable with that kind of stuff, but you got to be smart. And it was just 1 or 2 cars. The conga line's always going to be there, and that makes sense, but it was the drivers on the roads and the behavior that bothered me more than the conga line, honestly. Like, the conga line makes sense. Like, everybody's trying to take a stop sign. Like, of course there's going to be a long line, but just the bad behavior otherwise was much more frustrating. Just kind of unbelievable. Couple chasers had tourist drop on them from behind. That's how that one was for me, Grifter. Yeah, I don't know why the clock's showing MDT. I think I need to restart the server. I genuinely have no clue why it's MDT. Although if we go into New Mexico, it'll make sense, because I think New Mexico is Mountain Daylight. TikTok erroneously flagged my stream from Monday when I got that tornado Minneapolis campus. They locked stream access. Really? I've never tried streaming to TikTok, but why did it get flagged? Tried to escape chaser conversions, got stuck on the mud. Yeah, that was the thing, is like the chasers would take the good roads and then you'd get stuck and there was only mud where there wasn't. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, Patrick. I wonder why. Like, I don't know. It just sucks. And everybody's moving to all these AI support things, so nothing ever works. Do you think too many people feel like it's trendy now? It's still a dangerous thing to chase storms, even for very educated and experienced chasers. I just hope people stay safe and alert. Yeah, I do too. I mean, there's definitely some danger with it, but I will say, like, for the most part, the danger comes from the other chasers. Like, risky situations from the storms, I haven't really had any. Like, the biggest risk is like vehicle damage from hail. You know, like that's usually the worst you're gonna get if you're being smart. Now, if you know what you're doing and you know you have situational awareness, you're not gonna make a bunch of these errors that a lot of people make. But with these kind of people, it wasn't that they were positioning in a dangerous spot on the storm. It was that they were getting stuck behind the storm and not realizing, hey, we need to get moving. So the danger was just with that. The storms themselves really weren't that mean, honestly. Like, the RFDs were pretty weak. We didn't encounter much hail. There were a couple tornadoes, but they weren't super intense. I think Will had that tornado, kind of a similar situation to what happened to us. His was a lot prettier though, and I think it got surveyed as the same tornado just later on. I'm not sure if it really was though. So I think we're going to continue towards Balmore. Get there right as storms are forming. Better to risk that road. I mean, I guess, like, it's just so, like, as long as you're not doing that in front of like a path of a tornado or a wall cloud, like, I don't know. Sometimes there's moments when you have to make a decision like that to save your chase, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Great chase Sunday, Monday position great for both days. Took dirt roads to keep convergence at bay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got lucky with the St. Library tornado. I did not believe in that storm at all. Like, I thought the cold front was gonna kill it. And I literally got on the storm as it was producing. Like, very weird to see a cold front kind of induced tornado like that with such a sharp cold front. Sounds like something is clicking in my car, and it sounds like there's a Geiger counter in here, bro. But regardless. Yeah, Will's been killing it this year, dude. He's been awesome. Kind of crazy how well he's doing for as new as he is to chasing. Like, it's year 2 for him. I mean, he's better at year 2 than I was on year 4, so I'm on year 6 now. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've kind of had everything click for me the past year and a half. Like, 2025 was an incredible season. But I felt like it clicked for me then, you know, like, oh, okay, this is what guys like Freddie and Connor and, you know, Adam and all those folks do. And it took me a lot longer than most, it seems. Like, people like Connor and Will, they go up and they start chasing and they're really good at it. I just was not like that. Not expecting that one to go right there. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to me. Oh yeah, I think Egger posted that, Nat. Like, I don't know. Like, Egger, yeah, dude. The spotter dot's like, I don't know. I think that's the worst convergence I've seen. Is it worse than Oklahoma last year? I don't know. One thing that is annoying though is like that convergence tends to happen on those moderate risk days. And those moderate risk days tend to have a little bit stronger wind profiles, right? I mean, they're a moderate risk. So your storms tend to move faster. So you kind of get this compounding thing where you have more people on the road, you know, but the storms are moving faster. So it's kind of interesting how it works. Like, it's probably tougher to see a tornado at a moderate and high risk now than it is to see one in like a slight or enhanced risk. And also, like, I don't feel like people learn a lot on those big outbreak days when they don't work or when they do work, because most new chasers are just following the car in front of them. Those mesoscale days, they make you think, man, because people don't like to post targets on mesoscale days unless they're not chasing. If they're not chasing, they'll leak your target. I used to post my targets the night before, but I decided not to do that anymore. Enjoyed watching you grow in your chasing. Thank you, Libby. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a while. This is what, year 3 of streaming? Well, I guess, yeah, like, I think our first, excuse me, I think our first, like, stream was, May 25th of 24. I think that was our first stream. So we'll be done with 2 years here in a few days. Oklahoma was bad. That night chase last year, Nat, was really bad. Best chases on those weird 0% days where I'm the only one chasing. Yeah, dude, those 0%ers are, honestly, 5% and lower is like awesome. Like, most of my tornadoes come from those days. And Wellfleet was a 2%, Gary was a 5%, I think Dixon was a 5%, Akron was a 5%, I think Dalhart was a 2%. Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed to, I mean, it's partially because you get more opportunities, but it's also just easier chasing. Like, your storms tend to move a bit slower. Wondering whether tourists on narrow roads was dangerous. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of the nature of it, though. Like, when you stream with your location, you know, it lets people follow you. You know. I mean, it's kind of like a two-sided thing, because I've had like first responders tell me that they watch Max's and my stream for like information on the storm, and that it was better than their radio, which is awesome. But I've also had people say that they, you know, they will follow me and track me down from my location, and that's not always the best, but you know. Yeah, I agree, Nat. It's learning to chase on a storm moving at 40 miles an hour is a lot tougher. You don't really get to just sit and enjoy the storm and watch it and understand it as much. Because like with a storm moving that fast with a ton of traffic, you're gonna go in and out of a view unless you've got like an interstate paralleling it. Alright, I need some water. My mouth is dry today, chat. I don't know why. Under the weather today. Yeah, dude, that Fort Stockton stuff really needs to get out of there. The The good news is the showers east of Balmoral are dissipating, and it seems like that storm near Fort Stockton's about to lift north and dissipate as well. No more severe thunderstorm warnings in this target. Man, I don't know. I'm trying to decide if we're gonna do this Balmoral stuff or if we're gonna do southeastern New Mexico for our target. Clicking, man. Is it a camera in my bag? Oh, it might be. Yeah. Or is it my tripod? Seriously, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but man, is it bothering me. This in the back. Got this all set up. Cameras are fully charged, so that's good. I'm pretty locked in today. I genuinely do not know what is clicking though. It's gotta be my tripod. There we go. That seems to be a bit better. Yeah, I also found out that I did not need that other microphone yesterday. Just use the Sony. It does need, like, I do need to get, like, improve my camera body for my Sony. Like, I need to get, like, the, I don't remember what it's called, but something to hold it with that, like, Chris and Kelton have. I think Will has it too, but computer crash. Subnautica, dude, I love Subnautica. Subnautica's awesome. June or August in 24. That sounds about right, Nat. That sounds about right. I think it would have been June. I didn't stream as much in August. I was like not sure if I wanted to continue doing it. Cause like I was like whatever, like it's like super like, cause I was not good at it either. Like I did not have, I was so bad at talking to chat. I really was. I think Southeast Colorado, yeah, I like Colorado in general. Southeast Colorado, yeah, Southeast Colorado. There's a pretty, it's kind of an interesting day though, because I found that Colorado does not do as well. This is kind of sick up here. I found that Colorado does not do as well with crazy low level shear. Look at all this, look at this wavy elevated texture. This is cool. Not usually what you want to see in May before a storm chase, but it's pretty to look at least. Been watching you since early 25. Great work. Feel like Max channel is helping the world see you truly. Thank you today. I really appreciate that, dude. Yeah, working with Max has been pretty big for me, I think. I feel like I'm always there. I might not have the best shot sometimes, but I feel like I'm pretty dialed in on most days. Now, I did have some pretty nasty busts last year still, but this year it's been Kankakee, Union City, and Enid have been, and then those Texas tornadoes. But most of those were secondary targets, or you know, tough to see. But I also think winning the tornado photo of the year thing helped too, honestly. Like, because the Akron shot won tornado photo of the year. Get ready for the rain. Yep, it's coming. Just had a bolt off to our east. I'm still gonna keep just the front-facing camera on because these storms are kind of just, we're just gonna punch through them to keep going to our target. So I don't want to use the battery on these type of storms. Seems like that Fort Stockton cell is dying, so we'll have about 4 hours of recovery. That should be enough. Been going for about an hour. Already starting to see cumulus forming northwest of Fort Davis. It's like some cumulus starting to form in New Mexico as well. Yeah, these early start days can be kind of weird, but because like usually out more in the eastern plains, stuff likes to go right around that 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock hour. Versus higher elevations, they tend to go earlier in the day. Glad you kept going. It was so hard to remember there was even a chat in general. Yeah. Yeah, Akron was, I mean, we got so lucky with Akron. It came out of the rain right in front of us. Only had a minute with it, and we got the best shot of the year, in our arsenal at least. I really like Jim's Wellfleet shot. I honestly thought that one should have won Tornado Photo of the Year. Jim's Wellfleet shot was unbelievable. See on my front porch yesterday, watched the storm go through. Yeah, that's nice. I miss, like, I like doing that in Colorado. Like, it's nice to have a day where I can just enjoy the storm instead of driving around it. Subnautica 2's out. Oh, that's right. I still have to, I was replaying Subnautica 1, like the first one, just so that before 2 came out, and I never got through it, so I gotta finish it. Any insights into how the Arizona monsoon season is gonna go? Unfortunately, Keith, I am not very good with monsoon. I've actually never chased monsoon before. I think I'm gonna try and get out this year for it. I got a lightning trigger though for this year, so I'll probably be out at some point. I'm not the guy to ask for that though, I will say that. Quick before sending you. Port St. Nice, Colorado. Less nice in Midland. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, man, I'm ready for. I think it would be really cool this year to get a tornado in every plain state, like a fully condensed one. Kansas is always tough because Kansas always lies. And then Wyoming just has down years. And so does Montana. I want a Montana tornado desperately. Like, desperate for a Montana tornado. I've got like New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. I've even got like Louisiana, Missouri, Arkansas, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois. And then I have Mississippi and Alabama. I should have had Utah last year, but I couldn't go. I had a friend fly in and he didn't want to chase. So we sat out and we were like, ugh. That was a tough one to miss, the Montezuma Creek tornado in southeastern Utah. It's a good thing Texas is getting some rain though here. I wonder if Balmore will actually work. I mean, the Rufus loves everything. I mean, I don't know. New Mexico's slightly capped, and it's going to be like 1,500 LCLs. I don't know though, according to this, Fort Stockton's still going to be capped. What's it going to take to break this cap in New Mexico? I mean, you might get through it initially with upslope flow into the mountains. It's 200 sin environment though, forecast at 3 p.m. I mean, what if it's further west? Like, what if it is... That's not as bad. It's 142 sin. But this has it, this is hinging on it, making it hitting a 75 temperature. I don't know how likely it is. Well, the clouds are starting to clear in New Mexico and Texas. Gonna have some rain coming in and out here. They do have a flash flood warning up here. For Andrews, Goldsmith, Gardendale. Is there any other towns there? And I love the town name No Trees, Texas. It's just awesome. At least they can admit it. Sorry guys, I'll check chat once again when we get through the rain a little bit more. Oh no, they put a slight risk out for Colorado tomorrow. No, bro, I wanted that to stay under the table. Under the table? Under the radar. That's what I meant, under the radar. We got people parking under a bridge in a very light rainstorm. Now this is Texas. All right, buddy, if you what are we doing, bro? What is this place? All right. Narcy. They have like 3 trees, yeah. Come in, Kane. Good to see you in here. Welcome to Den of Donuts. Nocturnal on this road about 15 years ago. Still one of the scariest moments of my life. I don't think I've seen a tornado off this road. Yeah, those nocturnal, dude, they're so creepy. They have this particular just sort of feel to them. Here, this up here on the left. I think it's funny when they park under the bridge for rain, especially when the main risk is the flash flooding here. It's like, you should probably go like up, you know, like not beneath the bridge. There we go. Is New Mexico the move? Is New Mexico the move? why, but I've been pretty slow to wake up today for whatever reason. Just feeling a little groggy. I would be going to New Mexico. Everything it takes is just blah. I mean, we're not chasing this stuff. We're chasing new development later. It's just a question of, like, does this stuff have that much of an impact? I mean, it's 3 hours before the storms are really going to get going. And the storms are going to get going a little bit further west, hopefully. So, New Mexico, why? There is some moisture in New Mexico. Dew points in the low 50s, upper 40s with 70 temperatures. And decent shear. You could get something. I did have some concerns with the upper level support last night, which would be a little bit better in southeastern New Mexico. Because you're going to get upslope flow up against the mountains, and you're probably going to initiate something. The question is, does it survive? You know? Or do photographs favor left movers slightly enough to where that's becomes an issue? That's another thing to worry about for both targets, but particularly New Mexico, especially further north into New Mexico. And last night, and leading up to today, the HRRR was firing multiple supercells even north of I-40 in New Mexico. Discrete, isolated supercells. And when I got up this morning, moisture had trended down a bit. Spreads trended up. Cloud cover trended up. And those supercells were no longer being pushed out on the HRRR anymore. So, seen the Marfa lights? I've never seen the Marfa lights. I've been to Marfa, but I've never seen the lights. I saw the Marfa dust, the Marfa haboob last year. Yeah, Denim, I don't understand the water stuff. The Texas, like, it's funny, it happens in Texas too. It's like everyone's, I don't know, it's just funny. It's like, it's annoying when they block the road, but when they're off on the shoulder, I don't care as much. It's just kind of still stupid. But come in, Camille, good to see you. Good to see you. 16Z HRRR says, chill out, hang out west of Fort Stockton, and then there is a secondary target. It is initiating more storms now around 3 o'clock. I don't think we're going to make it if it's that early, that far west, near Tiburon. Because if it's that far west at 3 p.m., we don't have time to get over there. You know, that's 2 hours, and we're supposed to be in Balmorhea in 2.5. And then we got to haul up to Colorado tomorrow. Probably a 10-12 hour adjustment from where we end today. But that's fine, we're built for this. I've been eating much healthier this year. I'm down like 30 pounds from last year. So we're like locked in. I'm almost back to like my goal weight from where I was in like high school, my one semester of college. So lost all of the weight I put on the previous 5 years of storm chasing. So my energy's up, and I've been eating much healthier, so my blood sugar's not crashing anymore. You know, and I'm just able to do things that I could not do and chase in ways I could not chase. You know, those commutes, those long commutes where you're driving until 3 or 4 a.m. and getting up at 8, I can do those now, no problem. It is actually insane how big of a role diet plays, especially with chasing, you know, like, it's so easy to eat bad out here, man. Like, usually you can get a good lunch in and a good breakfast, but for dinner time, you know, if you've got a chase that goes late into the night, your only option's McDonald's. You know, and sometimes there's towns that just don't have great options, you know, and you're stuck with unhealthy food, you know. So it's pretty tough. I really respect the dudes who can keep a consistent workout schedule out here, man, because I can't even do that. Like, I did work out yesterday, but like today there's no time. Tomorrow there's no time. There might be time Friday. I just walk in circles when I'm at gas stations, man. Live in New Mexico, guess I missed that info. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, Mark. Found the only dude chasing today. Yeah, I could have been the only guy chasing yesterday too. I think there's gonna be some more people out there. They probably just haven't gone live yet. Thank you, Denham. Appreciate that. Losing weight is hard, congrats. Yeah, it is. I don't know. I've been trying to just eat a ton of protein and fill myself up. One positive thing with chasing though is you can't really eat during the chase. So there's at least some time where I'm not eating. Unless I have like beef jerky, string cheese, apple, banana, something like that. Protein shakes have been helpful. Anything that's pretty much, you know, stable for a little bit. It doesn't have to be put in a cooler, because I'm really bad about a cooler. Like, I buy the string cheese and I eat them immediately. I don't keep them. Unfortunately, I loved Brahms a little too much. Chat. I loved Brahms. I loved Brahms, Dairy Queen, Sonic, Chick-fil-A. Although it's pretty, you can get healthy stuff at Chick-fil-A, or healthier, like a grilled chicken sandwich isn't bad. Midland, feel the energy. What did you work out? So, I'm not gonna lie, I just did like curls, like upright rows, stuff like that. Just super stuff, easy stuff with like dumbbells. Like there's like the lawnmower one. And then I did like some lunges, just some minor stuff to keep myself moving. Thank you for the $2. This is Lee, I appreciate that, thank you. Big thank you. It sure isn't just for old people, it's generally good nutrition. Yeah, I like the, I don't do the, my girlfriend loves the Ensures. I like the Premier proteins a little bit more. I just like the flavor, and they're a little bit more like balanced, so I like them a little bit. Live in Colorado City growing up, I'm gonna go to Midland or Abilene to do grocery shopping. That's crazy. Yeah, yesterday we just did some small stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't really focus on much when I work out. I'm like, I'm kind of feeling like arms today, or abs. Although my hips don't really work well for squats, because my legs are super long, so I have really bad squat form. So, I don't know. Most of the time my workouts on chase days are walking around. I mean, as long as you're hitting 10,000 steps, it's not bad. Dude, yeah, the thing with coolers is like, yeah, it's a space issue now with everything in it. And then also it's just, I'm lazy. Like, straight up, I'm very lazy. Electric coolers, yeah, I could probably do that. I do have room on my battery for something. But like, that's the thing is, so my battery's charging right now. I have this, so I have a Jackery that charges off my car battery. Will and Chris recommended it to me, and it is awesome. It's how I can run this whole setup now. I can have everything fully charged, even if I forget to charge something the night before. I want to go around this guy. But yeah, I could probably hook something up. I don't know, man. Like, I get bad about packing it. I just find it's easier to just do beef jerky. They got a Potbelly sandwich. I love Potbelly sandwich. It's a good place. But I don't know. I mean, I had one with ice, and I just could not be bothered on chase days to fill it. Like, when I get on a chase day that like matters, I'm like so focused on stuff, and I don't want to be messing with a cooler, you know, on a 10, 12 hour travel day. Like, tonight is going to be a chase day, or today's going to be a chase day, and then we're going to have to book it back north to Colorado. Thankfully, we'll have some downtime the day after, but I don't know. It could probably work. It's got the squat machine. It's in my bed. Yeah, I'll have to look at, dude, I'm always bad with weight. So I did cross country and track in high school and my one semester of college. So I didn't do a ton of like weightlifting. We did some strength training, but like it was mostly just to keep the strength, and I wasn't really trying to build much muscle because, you know, I knew a guy in high school who would over bulk before track and then he'd run real slow. So because I was, you know, distance, I did mile and 800. So you won't see him on this road, but I'm waving in your general direction. Well, I'm waving back, Denim. I'm waving back. About Kentucky. About Kentucky. I don't know anything about Kentucky. Is there supposed to be severe weather? I haven't even looked over there. Putting on 30 difference. Dude, I just got to start carrying your mom around, Nursey. That's like, you know, great exercise. Great exercise, actually. General advice for someone that wants to get into chasing: Skip Talbot's videos are the gold standard. That's what I used to start. I watched those things on a repeat and got my first tornado shortly after. So Skip Talbot's videos. They're a little bit older and they're a little bit outdated, like on some of the apps he recommends. I recommend Weatherfront. I am also, you know, sponsored by Weatherfront, but genuinely, that's the only app that I use when chasing now. Like, I don't know, it's got everything. So I like Weatherfront because you can do models, satellite obs, radar outlooks. It's perfect, real-time mesoscale analysis. So I recommend Weatherfront as an app, but in terms of strategy, some of it you're just gonna have to learn. Like, Skip stuff will give you some good like launching points, and then Tornado Titans has some good stuff too. They've got some pretty informational stuff. Gabe Garfield, Convective Chronicles. There's a ton of resources out now, and it's, you know. But my advice is to pull off the road also, so that way I do not honk at you like I was doing to people in Kansas. We got this big time turn lane. I was sick of Family Guy live stream. Yes, Steve. Born in Big Spring. If you want to get pizza, and they've got the best pizza. I'll keep that in mind. I was just in Big Spring yesterday, actually. I drove through there. That one photo of the pump jack that I got was literally like 10 miles south of there, I think. Something like that. But I appreciate the offer, dude. You're prohibited from ever stepping foot in South Auckland ever again. But I've never set foot there. Like, does that mean I get like one opportunity to go and then I'm banned after that? I live in Lubbock, but I miss Big Spring. Dude, I woke up in Lubbock. Dude, I like Lubbock for chasing. Dude, I've had so many good days basing out of Lubbock. Texas is kind of my old reliable for chasing. Like, every single year that I've chased, I've had a photogenic tornado in Texas. Except for this year so far. So we're trying to get that back. Texas can't lose its streak for us, man. Use my PC for reading radars. Well, I think the PC app is supposed to be out next weekend, if I remember right. I think the PC app is coming shortly, Nat, so I'm excited. It's been really cool to see them develop everything. They've been very, like, you know, like, because we're also testing some other stuff too, so I don't know if what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. So we are testing showing chasers in the app right now, which is cool. And I think that's supposed to be out shortly too. I don't have a time frame on it, but maybe the PC app's in a few weeks. I don't know. I know the PC app's coming before the Android app, which I know a lot of you guys use Android, but yeah, dude. I love Weatherfront. Ever since they dropped last year, it's been an app for me to keep an eye on. Yeah, they don't pay me to glaze them this much, so I don't know. I am just a big fan of their app. I was begging Max to go to Weatherfront. I was begging him. No, we're gonna stay in this lane. This dude keeps kicking up some mist at us. So born in 2010. Ooh. Watching from Australia. Welcome in, Lisa. June 1st from X. Yeah, June 1st might be correct. Yeah. It's coming fast. They're working their tails off to get it out. Small chance for severe weather today. No, yep, it's a slight risk today. There's probably going to be some severe thunderstorms, but, you know, it's going to be kind of over a fairly remote area, and there is a shot for a tornado somewhere. If everything works exactly correctly and nothing goes wrong, which is tough when tornado chasing. What do you think the tornado is going to be? I don't know if we'll get a tornado today, guys. There's probably a 30% chance we walk away. So I like to do my stream thumbnails based on what I think we're going to see. So like what I think the storm's going to look like. So I guess today I used a bit more of structure than what I should have. But I love, you know, like if I think it's going to be severe weather, I'll show a supercell. If I think it's a tornado threat, I'll show tornadoes. And today, I'm thinking just a supercell threat. I really like the stream thumbnail to match my expectations. So that way it doesn't seem like, you know, just showing some random unrelated stuff. So I have some new thumbnails I got to work on. So yeah, it's cool seeing everybody in here. I was watching Max Velocity's live stream on June 5th when your house got hit by an EF1. June 5th. So were you in the like Morton area then? Yeah, I was on a different storm that day. I think that was before I started sharing my stream with Max, because that started in 2025. No, I can't say no tornadoes, but it's a 2% chance. You know, it could go either way. I would not be surprised if there was tornado. I would not be surprised if there wasn't. You know, it's kind of that. Just kind of that, just one of those days. But I like stacking these lower end days because, you know, like eventually something's going to hit and eventually you're going to see a nice tornado on a low end day. It's just how the math works. Literally the best tornado of my career was in a 2%, so. And that was the Wellfleet monster. This is not a Wellfleet type environment though. You're not gonna get that. Man, I am so excited to keep working on my videos, dude. Like, I really gotta get that one out. Because with Wellfleet, I called it the night before. I wasn't planning on being there, but I did call it. And then Gary, I mean, I have so much footage I'm still going through from last year and working on that video. I'm through like May right now. I think I'm up to, and I redid my entire April section because I hated it and cut it down. And then I did May. It's been a few weeks since I've had time to get on it though, just because with it being May, you know, I don't like to sit out tornado risks of any kind in May unless they really look that bad like yesterday. I would have bet against the tornado yesterday, and that's why we didn't go live. I would have bet against anything interesting yesterday. Which is also why we didn't go live. Great footage, lightning strikes, hail, sunsets, rainbows. Yeah, I think this is going to be a structure type day. Hail, probably a big line that comes through later, and then we are going to have to just scream north, dude. Like, most people are going to probably end up skipping today because tomorrow looks better. We got about 900 people in here. Thank you guys for joining. Be sure to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. I've been chasing about 6 years, and past 3.5, we've had like 200 plus tornadoes alone. So been absolutely locked in. We got the new streaming set up. We got way better internet now. I don't even have it running right now because it burns through battery. We got the multi-camera stuff, which I also don't have running because it burns through battery. But we are totally locked in here. I should probably run ISP Tech, but made some huge improvements to the setup. We've been chasing a lot better. I'm excited. I'd love to hit 10,000 subs this year. Got to get some videos out to do that. I can't just do streaming. I want to make videos so bad. Picked up a new video camera in November for it, and so I've got some good footage of the St. Library and the Frankfort, Kansas tornado yesterday on it that I still have not published yet. Am I allowed to? No, we're just not gonna mess with it. We're not really in that much of a rush right now. Who's pays storm chasers? Well, I mean, you get sponsorships, you get ad revenue, you sell footage. I don't usually sell footage though. I need to work on something like that though with like Jordan or whoever with Severe Studios. Here we are on Interstate 20. Good old Interstate 20. It is so weird to have morning storms here before chase. I don't know if that's a good or a bad sign. Man. Yeah, I have a bunch more to drop, Narcy, of that. Midland back in the 80s. Do you know the date? I'll see if I can find it. I love tornado history, man. I'm a dates guy. You know, I can remember dates of pretty much whatever. Tornado wise, nothing else. I can't remember what I had for lunch, but I can sure as heck tell you about the June 2nd, 1929 Partner, Kansas tornado. I've also noticed too, with my diet, I just haven't been burnt out, you know? I've had constant energy. Nope, that is not a tornado on the left. That is just smoke. It kind of looks like it. Kind of could be mistaken from a distance. Man, this new Charger is fast. This thing's almost to 100. While streaming. Yeah, see, that is not a tornado, guys. That's funny. Recently had an EF2 hit us out of nowhere in Geneva County, Alabama in February under watch, but no warning. It had us cause 100,000 of damage to our home and property. That is crazy. Yeah, dude, those like ones that just kind of spin up. Like most tornadoes are probably EF2 strength, but sometimes they pop up and go so fast that they don't get warned in time. Yeah, this is not a tornado, guys. I promise. I promise there's not a big stovepipe right here. I promise. Ah, mount slipping. Dude, why is the focus? Bro, just mount, please. Got 1,000 people in here. Thank you guys for joining. Yeah, look at that. What do we even think that that is? Like, what do we think that it's from? There's fire there. Bro, my phone won't work. There we go. That's a fire right there. Big fire. in the rain too, man. It is raining and there is a fire here. That only means a few things. Hopefully the rain will put it out okay. It's got to be that like something got struck and just blew up. I want to find an exit here. Yeah, it's not a normal fire. I'm trying to get off here and investigate it. Look at it. Here. I wonder if lightning strike caused that. Need to find an exit. This is between Midland and Odessa. Is where that is. It's behind us. I don't have my multi-camera running. Dude, the focus on this keeps going out and I don't know why. Like I keep saying that I tap the screen because that's how you change the focus, but I want to go back and see that fire. I wonder what's happened back there. Sorry guys, I did film the wall for a little bit there. Seems like it's in the middle of a field, so I'm trying to get off here and go back west. It does seem to be slowly weakening. Excuse me, I want to go back east. We are currently going west. Swing back. I need to document that. Yeah, interstate travel's awesome, but then you have to wait for an exit and you wonder what the heck you're doing. I've missed tornadoes before because I missed an exit and couldn't get off anywhere else. I want to go see what's up with that fire. It looks like it's in the middle of nowhere. I didn't see any real structures around it, so hopefully it's just a minimal impact fire here. $17Z HRRR is coming out. It says we got to be down there. It says we don't have time to spare, which sucks. Dude, this fire's a storm. Big bow echo forms near Van Horn, Texas. we're gonna flip back around, go back and see this thing a little more. Road closed. Oh, I can't go back that way? Get an exact location on that. Just to the southeast of down here, we're gonna go left and then down and back around and get on the other side of it. The light has, all right, here we go. We got a green arrow now. We're probably not gonna make it this run. Too many cars coming. Still see the smoke in the haze behind us. Gotta be lightning struck something. Caused an explosion. It may have been the thunder we heard. Should be showing up here on a radar. Seeing it. This wants us to go a really long way around. It's not that far off the interstate. I don't know why it wants us to take this way, unless they've closed everything. We're gonna probably flip back around here. Yeah. Because this is just taking us way too far south of it. I was trying to see if I could get it on radar so I could, you know, locate it a little bit. I wonder if CC or something would show it. See it there in the distance. I need to go turn on ISP Tech here in a sec. Actually, I should probably just run the whole setup. I want to see what this is about before we continue to the storm target here. See if I can't find some info, see if there's what they're doing with it. Yeah, it is like between these two roads. We got that Pepsi truck in front of us. Oh, it wanted me to take the side road. Gosh. All right, well, should have taken the side road. It's fine, this way still works. It just wanted me to take the side road instead for whatever reason. Up here on the right side of us now, See the wind shifting. It's raining. Winds are blowing out of the east, so the flames are all going to be on that back side. That is not a tiny little plume there. We have a pretty large fire, likely caused by a lightning strike. We're gonna run our Sony and get everything just documented here. Make sure we're all in focus. Seems that we are. Yeah, so it is literally like right between these two exits. So like we overshot it for sure. And we can't like get off on an easy way because it's not as vertical as it was. It's getting smaller, that's for sure. It really wasn't. It's already much smaller than when we were here last time. I wonder if the rain's helping. Chasing a fire in the rain. Huh. Yeah, we have 3 miles till our next exit, so. So it is just south of us right here. Just southwest of the airport. I don't think we're gonna be able to get to that. It's all private road. Yeah, something seems like it's a fairly small fire. It's just one little place back there. All right, I think that we're just gonna continue to the target because I think this is gonna get put out pretty fast. And I don't even think we can get to it. Very interesting start to today. Fires between Midland and Odessa towards the airport. Yeah, it's just south. Thankfully, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be tough. It's going to be it's not really going to spread because there's so much water everywhere. All right, well, we'll circle back. And then we're going to just go after the storms that we were planning on going after. Fort Stockton area. There is a gas station up here. That is the weirdest Steak and Shake building I have ever seen. Man, it feels like there should be way more exits here than there actually are. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like we're like several exits short. All right, I'm gonna fix the connection when we get up here. I'll turn on our other cell service, so that way we're not just relying on Starlink. Yeah, it is literally like halfway between these two exits. It's not very far south. It's on the eastern edge here. We could probably make it down and around a little bit. And this is telling me that I can exit here, which I most certainly cannot. Oh, it's because it thinks I'm on the other road here. All right, I'm getting annoyed by the interstates up right here. I'm going to the target. I'm getting annoyed by the road construction, the way that I have no idea what's happening with this road. Well, we'll get one more pass in on the fire, but as we drive by, I'm going to use my other camera for stills, so I'm not going to be as focused on giving you guys a view. It continues to shrink. At least the smoke plume does. The fire itself seems like it's remained roughly the same size. It's probably just going to burn until that oil's gone. But it's not really, I don't think it's really at much risk of spreading. It just rained here. There's a ton of rain. It's really, you know, so I don't think there's a big threat. Oh, there's smoke up here. From what? Or is it just dust? Well, it's gone now. I think maybe the semi just put out some smoke. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, there's a vehicle in front of us that's smoking a bit. That's why. Our exhaust. Look at it. Exhaust of the year? Alright, well, we're exiting here. Time to flip and go to our storms. gotta find a spot to pull off the road here. And run ISP Tech. I don't think I'm gonna run the 4 camera setup yet. We're just gonna run the phone for now. Once we get closer to the storm, we will turn on that 4 camera view. I did adjust some of the angles on the cameras so that way they're just a little bit more balanced. Because one camera, I wanted to show something on the back right and it was angled like too much into the front so you couldn't really see it. Let's grab a still camera here. There's a Love's right there. Do I fill up now? I think we'll go ahead and fill up our tank now. Plus, it's a faster way through than that. It's been a while since I've been to this Love's specifically. Oh, is it gonna be a way where the can't get through because of the turn lane? No, we got it. We got it. We got it. Dude, why is everybody's here, but they're out of their cars? Alright, well, I'm just gonna do this pump. Alright, y'all, I'll be right back. We're gonna get some gas. I'm gonna grab some string cheese. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. We're gonna turn on ISP Tech 2. All right, we're gonna go it so bad. There we go, run nice. All right, guys, we're gonna park up here, get some food. We did fill up like a gallon of gas. For whatever reason, it wasn't letting me pump any more than like small increments. So it was acting like it was, my tank was full when it's not. So why is our service so chalked? All right, hopefully this is fixed. I'll be right back. Just gonna run into Love's for a sec. it's not beeping at you guys. I'm surprised. You guys held out well. Sorry about that. All right, we got our food for today. We got 2 things of string cheese, 1 Jack Link's teriyaki beef jerky, and 2 waters. So that's gonna be our food for this chase. I didn't grab any fruit because fruit didn't sound good, frankly. Okay, we're gonna head down to probably the Balmore area in search of some severe thunderstorms. See if that fire is still going. Which I don't. See it from here, but it doesn't mean it's done. All right, we killed a lot of time with that. Probably gonna be a little late to these storms. I'm just interested to see what happened with that fire. Oh no, it's still going. It's still going, but we're gonna go to Fort Stockton, Balmore area right now. Gotta lock back in and focus up, whatever phrase you want to use. Man, I am having a tough time I did not sleep well last night. Where's my other string cheese? What are these? How many calories are they? Like 80, 90, something like that. Not bad. I probably need an energy drink. I think that's why I haven't been drinking as much caffeine the past few days. Trying to cut back a little bit on that. I was doing like 300 milligrams per day, and I'm trying to jump down to 100, which is just 1 energy drink. I feel like every time I've been down here, the interstate's had like really heavy construction. Odessa, Midland, every time. We're all gonna make it. Kind of an esoteric reference there. See what's happening up here. This fire's still going. It's just so hazy, and the exits of the interstate literally don't let us get close to it. It's also on private property, so we're not going to be able to get that close anyway to it. But clouds are clearing here. It's a good sign for chasing. I'm still watching New Mexico, but I don't know how I feel about it. I don't like it that much. All right, chat, sorry about that. I know I was gone for a bit. We're back now. We're back. There's that fire up there still. Still burning. It'll be our third and final pass of it. Unless it's still, I don't even think we're going to come back through this area tonight. How is it already 2 p.m.? Whoa, why is it's like a jello effect. Hey Patrick, doing good, how are you doing? Should have ISP tech up, so our connection should be much more stable now. It's a storm area. We're looking roughly the Balmorhea, Fort Stockton, Texas area. Lisa, that's where we're heading. There is another target I'm watching in southeastern New Mexico. I don't think it's going to pan out, but I just want to keep my eye on it just in case. We need to move off this focus thing here. Smoke plume's getting smaller and smaller. Definitely getting smaller and smaller. They're getting it under control. The rain really helps with that. All right, let's keep going down to our storms. bit since we looked at satellite. That probably killed a good 30 minutes. Just driving through Midland, Odessa. Yeah, we're not even supposed to get down to that target, to the Balmorhea target, till about 4 now. Probably just divert to Fort Stockton and then go west. I really don't want to get caught, but I mean, nothing's really forming. Oh, yes, there is. There's stuff forming down by Balmorhea right now. Yeah, we should probably go down to Fort Stockton and then go south. Our other option is that we can go to Pecos, Texas, and we have a few options there. We'll see what it looks like when we get Monahans up here. Not really sure where we're gonna end up today, folks. Got the hiccups now. Discussions or anything out yet? No discussions out yet. Fort Stockton 72 over 61. That's nice. I think we're gonna go down to Fort Stockton and then just get on whatever forms to the west. We'll be at Fort Stockton by 3:20. I don't know why it's stuck on MDT. This is a little bit more like the sky we're looking for. I don't know why I'm so slow to wake up. I'm not tired, but I'm groggy. I don't know how to describe it. See, I want one of the strawberry ones. Here we go. This is the good energy drink. There it is. Whew. I think I might be a tad dehydrated, actually. I think that's probably why. I didn't drink enough water yesterday. Try and get back to normal level today.
Why is it beeping at me? I just heard it go. Maybe not. I am ready to get on a supercell, chat. I don't know about you guys, but I am ready to get on a storm today. Go back to reading chat now that we're out of the construction. I gotta let this guy through, but there's a car sitting just to my left. I guess we'll pass him, it'll be fine. Dehydration does weird things. Yeah, water, dude, water is like, I don't know. You can have too much water, but it's very tough to do. See if I missed anything. Welcome to Chase Friends Denim Donuts. Thank you for joining the memberships. Do appreciate that. I did miss that. Thank you. You're good. Do chasers all hook up for dinner once a month or so? I know your chaser community is pretty tight. So it depends. There's like a bunch of different, I mean, it's like, you know, there's a lot of people who chase. There's a bunch of different groups, but yeah, I mean, you hang out with your friends at dinner, after chases, before chases. I don't usually do after chases just because I'm so tired. I like to hang out with everybody before. So like Chris, Will, Kelton, Steve. I love Steve. You know, try and hang out with everybody before. But yeah, we do meet up quite a bit. You know, you kind of have your group. But yeah, I know that there's some chaser barbecues that happen. Stuff like that. Yeah, people get lunch together all the time. It is a very, very tight-knit community. Pretty much like if you stream, you pretty much know of every streamer, and every streamer knows of you. Like that's just kind of how it is. It's not a huge community still. It's a very tough community to get into because streaming takes so much tech now, and then forecasting. There's a lot that goes into it, but once you're in it, you got a lot of great friends, honestly. Tahoka, Texas, where is that? So Tahoka is like just, I believe it's south of Lubbock. No, it's south of Lubbock. There's a little town there. They had a really nice tornado there, I think in 2019. It is a nice little town. I haven't been there too often. A lot of chasers have good memories of Tahoka. I don't really have anything that I've seen there yet, but we'll see. Those pretty famous town. Ain't no love in Oklahoma. I can't put songs on pre-gaming. Yes, pre-gaming. Have you ever met Freddie McKinney? Dude, I love Freddie. I met Freddie a few years ago. We were both based in Nebraska at that point, so I just kept running into him. He's a great dude. He really is a great dude. I love Freddie. Yeah, there's a August live stream that a bunch of chasers had where like everybody met at a gas station in North Dakota, and like nothing happened, so we were all just messing around in a gas station for like 3 hours. 6-year-old grandson is interested in storm chasing like me. Covington Fire Department, 21 years, chased a lot of storms. Yeah, I mean, dude, being with emergency services, you get some pretty good chasing experience depending on where you are, when stuff does come by. Yeah, dude, I've never met a single person in my life who did not like Freddie. You have to like Freddie. He's a great dude. Any tornadoes in West Texas right now? No tornadoes right now. So, If there are tornadoes, they're probably going to be down in southeastern New Mexico, southwest Texas, like Fort Stockton, Bamore area, somewhere in there. It's probably not going to be up by Lubbock. But wow, we got 1,500 people in here. That's a lot. Holy cow. Be sure to like, subscribe, all that stuff. You know, I've been locked in chasing this year. Haven't really missed too much. So we got the stream super high quality. So once again, just going to promote myself on my stream. So, but thank you guys for watching. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Never going to ask you guys to make, you know, any commitments that you don't want, but I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, dude, there are very, excuse me, there are very few chasers I've met that I didn't like, honestly. Everybody's pretty friendly. And usually the ones who aren't have a pretty big reputation. For not being friendly. Like Reed's a nice guy, Hank's a nice guy. Kopic's awesome too. I love Copic. Connor's great too. I really haven't met very many chasers that I didn't like. Whoa. Dude, they want to get to the storms faster than we do. Austin texts me. I don't think Austin's going to get stuff here. We already didn't get tornadoes here anymore. Not very well at the same church growing up. Oh, really? That's cool. Yeah. I only met him like, I met him like for the first time ever in 2023 in Wyoming. So. All the guys fighting with pool noodles. Yes, dude. You should have come down that. Like, there are a bunch of people who came down to say hi to us, so. I don't think Austin Tex will be getting anything tonight. Green's from Chile. Good to see you. Love and travel Texas and be a storm chaser. Thank you. Yeah, dude. Texas is king. Texas is probably the most consistent state. They always get at least one crazy event per year. You can book it. I don't think it's happened yet this year, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Got a massive wall cloud outside my apartment, southwest of Lubbock. Yeah, that's nothing to worry about. That's not gonna produce a tornado. I think those storms up there are elevated. You know of any storm chasers in Canada? I know of some. I've met only a few. There's Ryan V I met. I don't think I've met Jay. Jay's good. There's the Kyle guy up there who's really good. I know of, there are some Canadian chasers. They're a little tougher to find, and I sometimes don't know who's, you know. Oh, Aaron J. Jack. How can I forget J. Jack? Love to watch. Copic is hilarious. Yes, you know. Yes, I do know Daniel. I met Daniel. I mean, I'm not that close with Daniel, but I did meet him. I've met him. Spoke to him a number of times. I met him on one of my first chase trips like 5 years ago. Some real food next time. Dream would be a storm chaser. Pre-chase meetup at a Sonic. Dude, I don't know. Most of the pre-chase meetups are like gas stations. It's the Loves. It's the Loves. Although I guess you can take a crowd to Sonic. I think I've seen that happen. Any tornadoes? No tornadoes yet. Where am I from? Right now, I live near Greeley, Colorado. So I'm way up north. Yeah, just on the road for this consistent chase trip, so. Hailstorm softballs. Dude, softballs are nasty, man. Have you met Corey? Yes, I've met Corey. I met Corey. I met him, I think last year in August. It was a long time before I met him. Like, I'd bump into him, but we never really, you know, I was always busy doing something, so I didn't go over and say hi. Were you a YouTuber that makes tornado videos? I try to. I've only made a few, but I try to. Yes. The Gherkinator. Yeah, far from home, Jennifer, that's right. I mean, we were down in Kansas the other day, and I was like, you know,
I kind of liked Texas, New Mexico enough today to drift down here, so may end up being the wrong choice, but I would much rather be out on storms that do nothing than be at home while storms do something. So yeah, we took a couple softballs. We haven't taken softballs yet this year. I've been a bit more protective because I have a bunch of gear on my car that can't break. Like the Starlink's only $200 to replace, but if one of my cameras goes, it's like special order, so it takes weeks to get there, and it takes like, it's, you know, like $500+. So I used to just do those super big hail intercepts, and you can kind of see on my, if you look closely at my my vehicle here, I got quite a bit of hail damage. But I don't do them as much. I still will sometimes. But I won't do them before like big tornado days. So if I'm expecting a tornado outbreak the following day, oh, sorry dude, that was I was trying to let this guy over. My cruise control just went. Now it's not going. There we go. I don't know, before big tornado days, I don't like to break my windshield that much. It's just so tough to get glass on, and with this car, it's expensive and it takes forever because they got to recalibrate it, you know? Like they require you to do that. So I often won't do hail unless it's like, oh, there is absolutely nothing to chase the next 2 days. That's kind of my rule. That's the main reason I went down on May 10th in Texas into that hailstorm. Because I'm like, well, no matter what we lose, you know, like I'll have it replaced in time. And the hail wasn't that big where I was worried about the cameras. Just Starlink was the only real thing at risk. No tornadoes means you can chat with us more. Yeah. Thank you, Kimber. Had some pea-sized hail in Midland. Shame parking under an overpass. Yeah, dude, if you watched my stream from 2 nights ago in Kansas, it was like everybody doing it, man. What is this? First time I storm chased, it was August 14th, 2020. It was some tornadoes in south central Nebraska, southwest of York. So I kind of got lucky with that. It was they didn't even have a 2% tornado risk, and I walked away with like 2 tornadoes. So kind of lives. Not storm chasing, seeing different. Yes, dude. It's like once you get out here, it's so different from anywhere else that I chase. You know, I mean, there's no roads, which kind of sucks, and service is kind of bad. But we've got stuff to cover that. But the terrain is beautiful. It's very interesting. It's much different than. I mean, you're not getting this in any state really, except for Texas and New Mexico. Maybe some parts of Colorado. Love weather. Yeah, I did. I was like afraid of tornadoes as a kid, like super afraid. Like we went to my grandma's house up in Michigan, and their county got hit with like 8 tornadoes in one night or something. Like earlier that year, and I was like terrified that it was going to just happen again, like no warning. Because all I'd watch is all the shows that say, oh, there's no warning, which isn't ever actually true. It's just they weren't paying attention, but there's almost always warning. So I was like terrified that there was just this random thing that would happen with barely any way to predict it. So, and they are definitely very random and tough to predict, but it's not as like clueless as I thought it was as a kid. So I just kind of became interested over time. Nice cell here in Cleburne. Okay. Nice cell in Cleburne. Isn't that like, it's like East Texas, right? Heart of Texas, something like that. I don't know my regions of Texas that well, if I'm being honest, just West Texas. Fewer roads and good speeds, yes. This part of Texas, I mean, Texas is good speeds overall, unless you're in Dallas, Fort Worth. Have you been to the West, like Panhandle, Nebraska? Not that reminiscent. Yeah, I love the Nebraska Panhandle. Western Nebraska's got me some of my best chases and some of my best tornadoes. The only place that I really haven't chased much is like south central Kansas. I just, for whatever reason, there hasn't been much for me to chase there. I've got everywhere in Oklahoma, most of West Texas, New Mexico, Colorado. I've been everywhere in Colorado, Nebraska. Montana, I've had a few chases in, but I haven't been successful in Montana yet. I've had some nice stuff, but no tornadoes. North Dakota is a state I love to chase. I love the Dakotas. The Dakotas are my favorite. I love Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming. Those are like my favorites. Big Northern Plains fan.
Sorry, got to be real. I don't think that that's how that works, bro. We're gonna put you in timeout for 30 minutes so you can reconsider. Kansas is mid. I agree, Cassie. Good to see you in here, Cassie. Hopefully you're having a good, what is today, Wednesday? Good Wednesday. Did you get any of the stuff the past few days? I mean, it was really tough to get anything on, what was it, Monday. Dude, that Monday chase made me so mad. Like, I was fuming that whole time. I almost took the stream down because I was embarrassed about how mad I was getting. I've never been to Alaska. My girlfriend and I really want to take a trip up there. We want to go just kind of everywhere. This year we're doing like a beach vacation, but we want to go up to Alaska and do a bunch of like West Coast stuff. Does Chile not get tornadoes as much? I mean, I know Argentina gets a ton. Could not actually get to the, yeah. Cassie, that storm was like, the only reason I caught a tornado was because I went north into the rain on the back side of the RFD and then went east. Like, that was the only way. Like, it was impossible to actually get, it was impossible to maintain a classic chasing position on that storm. It really was. Frustration was about, well, I appreciate that, Denim. I was like mad. Severe weather, nothing happened. It was to the south of that. Was it, are you talking about the Sunday, Drew? I think on the south of Chile, okay. So, the tornado siren stuff is like, it's kind of town dependent. Like, your local area really, like, there are places in Tornado Alley with no sirens. I don't know much about outside Tornado Alley, but a good chunk of towns I know lately have been getting rid of them in favor of phone alerts. I wasn't gonna go, yeah, well, I get that, Cassie. I get that. I wonder who else is gonna come down here today. I was trying to convince some people to do New Mexico, but it's like not working, so. Dude, that's, Cassie, if you were in El Paso, you would have been able to chase today. Yeah, there's a very stable air mass by Roswell, New Mexico right now. Although temperatures at 70, we did get to 70, dew point's 52. That might be enough over there. And with that clearing, I like that. I'm just worried it's gonna stay capped still. And also that early initiation being progged by the models there. I love desert chasing. The only thing that I would love is if we just had a few more roads. So if I ran for president, unfortunately, you guys in Southwest Texas are getting a gridded road network. I'm sorry. It's just how it has to be. Yeah, Fort Stockton is like, it's magical. I've had like a Fort Stockton tornado every year, like 3 years in a row. Johnson County, live in El Paso. Do you have any other social media? Yes, I was about to link my Twitter, which has been banned for forever. I'm on Instagram, just my name, and then Facebook. Facebook's been going crazy for us lately, so that's what I've been using the most. Yeah, my presidential campaign is to build an interstate from Amarillo, Texas to Bismarck, North Dakota, and another interstate from Amarillo, Texas to Denver, Colorado. And then also we'll add another 2 highways to the Sandhills. So I'm gonna have the craziest, goofiest campaign ever. Backyard chase, yeah. I don't know, dude. Sometimes like being forced to a local area is kind of a good thing. Like it prevents you from making a mistake. Like I don't know. Like if I was like restricted to local chases and I lived in like Goodland, Kansas, I would have seen the Akron tornadoes a few years ago. I don't know. Or like, I don't know why there weren't more local chasers out for Wellfleet. That one always kind of surprised me. It was all just like big time chasers. Looks like we're trying to initiate now west of Alpine, Texas. Fort Stockton's still got a little bit of cloud cover. I wonder if we can make it down to Pecos and then south in time, or if that cell's just going to eject and we're going to be too slow. Have they put out any discussions yet today? I don't see any discussions. Interesting. I would have been expecting one fairly shortly. There's such a narrow corridor today. I don't know, man. We might hit Pecos and then just blast up to New Mexico. It just looks so stable for 2 p.m., 2:30. I wish that I could show satellite on here so I could show you guys a better idea of what I'm talking about with that. It does seem like it's starting to break down a little bit. I think New Mexico might work, depending on where those storms go. The question is it better than Fort Stockton? I mean, this stuff, 18Z HRRR is out. I mean, this thing has a supercell forming. The HRRR does fire a couple cells by Hope, New Mexico, Carlsbad, Roswell, Dexter, in about 2.5 hours. It's just slightly capped on this. I want to see the convective inhibition here. Yeah, you get capping issues as you get further east, and even with surface base, you're pretty capped. Versus Fort Stockton, which is forecast to be uncapped here at 4 p.m. Although this has the cap breaking down actually up north over time. Interesting. Check mix layer. I should probably use mesoscale analysis instead of the HER. Kermit, Texas. Okay, well, this is looking pretty stable for New Mexico. Yeah, it looks pretty stable across the board according to an ML parcel here. Surface-based parcel is a lot better. Surface-based, yeah, this is just saying New Mexico is going to be a little bit better. Bit more uncapped. It's just Fort Stockton's going to be better. New Mexico is going to remain slightly capped according to this. And the ML one I'm a little nervous to go see because this is using the RAP though, and I think the RAP was the most favorable one for today. When I looked last night, it had like dews in the 60s making it into southeastern New Mexico, and that's just not going to happen. It was like it started to slowly trend slower with the moisture. And then when I got up this morning, it was like gone. red flag when the RAP is more moist than the NAM. Oh yeah, they do have a slight risk out east. I haven't really looked at that. I've only really been focusing on this Texas risk because I can't get out and chase the other one. Mainly calling for hail. I would not be shocked to see a tornado too. Okay, well, if Trey likes this setup, you know, you kind of gotta go see. Well, is this our first chase south of that could end up south of I-10 this year? I think so. Oh, I got gift. Send a gift. Thank you for the gift, Susan. I appreciate that. Why does that not show up in chat? Thank you for the party blowers and the gold coins, Susan. I have no idea what those mean. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I really appreciate it. I have to Google what that means because I don't remember, because I saw that as a feature, but I haven't looked into it. It's been with gas prices and stuff, I mean, I've been expecting kind of a slower year in terms of donations and memberships, so I'm not too worried, but I do appreciate it. Like, it's a rough one this year for chasing. I filled up for gas in Midland, Texas for $4 a gallon. So, you know, it's I think I want to fill up here. I think there's a quick trip here. I've stayed here before. Yeah, we're gonna fill up at that quick trip because the Loves we stopped at, the pump wasn't working and I didn't feel like going to a new pump, so I'm just gonna always kick the can down the road, I guess. But not this time. We gotta fill up here. Yep, there's that quick trip. Dude, Quick Trip has my favorite energy drink, but they don't sell the right ones. They sell like it's Bum Energy, and they have like these soda flavors, but I don't really like soda. Like I want their like strawberry kiwi, strawberry lemonade, cherry, you know. But they're selling like Dr. Pepper flavor and Coke, Sprite, root beer, all the things which I do not like the taste of. So Sprite's not bad, I guess. It's neutral, but I would rather have this other. Look at this, $4.19 up here. In Texas, man. $4.19 in Texas is ridiculous. Okay, well, we don't need to go inside. We've already got a bunch of food and stuff. We're just gonna fill up here. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta toss some trash and then fill up with gas. Guys, I like when it rains before we chase because it means there's barely any part of the windshield I gotta clean off. All right, let's get moving here, guys. Fort Stocktoning, full send. No more New Mexico considering. No more New Mexico consideration, I suppose, is the right thing to say. Squeeze around here. Okay, we're just gonna full send this, and then we're just gonna have to fly up to Colorado tomorrow. That's totally fine with me. Totally fine with me. It's not gonna be that bad. As long as your chases aren't like 14 hours apart is when it starts to get rough. Like, that's when it's bad. 12 hours, It also depends on when the chase ends and starts. This one's probably gonna be over by like 7 o'clock, I think. So we'll have plenty of time to get up north, and our focus is out. There we go. Where is my... Oh, there it is. I was looking for my reaction camera. Let's see how far the Sony's charged. 90%, man. This thing charges this camera so fast. It's kind of beautiful how fast it charges. The Jackery has been actually a game changer. We've gotten like 30 game changer installations this year, but they're all game changers, I promise. Is Trey out there, or did he say he likes it? He didn't say that he likes it, but he said he wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado. So that's not. He put a tweet out. I don't know if he's out actually. He might be. I know that there's a couple tours running around. I think Thomas is down here. I want to try and run into those guys. There is possibility for Texas stuff on Friday that I like too. Yeah, I don't know how to stop that. It really annoys me because it comes through in my footage, and I hate that because like it happens with car lights too, just because it's the frame rate or the refresh rate of the lights, whatever it is, with the frame rate of the camera. By liter. $8 a gallon in Australia. $6.29 per gallon is crazy work. Yeah, dude. I mean, thankfully I can kind of weather those bigger gas prices, and I don't really, you know what I mean? Like I just work in the off season like a ton, so that way I can afford to, you know, I can afford to chase even just insanely expensive years. And that was kind of what I wondered, is it this year, will there be less convergence because of gas prices? And the answer is no. I think what happens though is I have seen less people out on the lower end days, but more people out on the higher end days. So people are basically just saving their money for those bigger threats, which makes sense. Can't wait for weather front on desktop. Yeah. Welcome in X guest. Good to see you. We're diving down to Fort Stockton right now. No discussions issued yet. Storms are just now forming there. I think going down south here was the right call. I'm kind of excited to see how our service does down here now that we have ISP tech. Like, we didn't have that last time, and we had okay service, but you know, it might be a little bit dicey down here. Like if Starlink's out because we're too close to a powerful storm and there's no cell towers, you're not gonna get service, but we'll see. I'm excited to find out. All this new gear and stuff this year has been so helpful. Like, I used to be a big believer in, yeah, you don't need all that stuff, but for streaming you do, honestly.
time to go south, guys. I'm waking up. I'm waking up. I can feel it. Drinking a ton of water just immediately, dude. Kind of magical. The reason I did get an iPhone was because weather front will be Android soon. Yes. Yeah, they're working on it. I have exact time frames. I don't know if I'm allowed to say them, so. Yeah. All right. Well, I was never told I couldn't say anything, so, you know, if they get mad at me, they get mad at me. But I think Weatherfront's coming to desktop this weekend. And then Android is coming out in June. And then live on the app should be in the next 2 weeks for our locations. There's a cell tower right there. How come I don't have signal? Is it not using Starlink? That's what it seems like. Signal here with Starlink. Yeah, this is a tough place to chase with those signal concerns, man. I also don't like this look that we're under right now. We are a little far north. That's just the nature of chasing out here, man. Hopefully when we get out of these clouds, it'll be more stable. storms are really initiating. This might go messy in a hurry. Fort Stockton, there's kind of maybe a little outflow sitting there. Fort Stockton has mixed down to a 59. My fear with New Mexico is that it's going to be capped, but that it's still going to find a way to go. I still think Fort Stockton looks a bit better. We should be getting a new day one outlook update. I imagine they keep the 2% tornado risk. I imagine everything pretty much stays the same on this outlook. Day 2 outlook, they do have a slight risk out now with a 2% tornado risk for eastern Colorado, roughly from the Akron area, just south of Akron, Colorado, to roughly the Boise City, Oklahoma area, including places like Campo, Kim, La Junta, Lamar, Eads, Sheridan Lakes, Cheyenne, Wells, Kit Carson, Lyman, Burlington, Flagler, Joe's, Cope, Colorado, Last Chance, Colorado, which isn't even on the map anymore. Got the palm trees down here. Just one palm tree down here. That's how you know it's locked in. One palm tree. That's all it takes. Unless you're in Florida. It doesn't really help you. It's a sign that the moisture is good. Okay, man. Always wonder what these towns look like during their peaks. More of these buildings were open. A nice church though. They're building something here. Yeah. Sorry guys about the connection. That's just going to be kind of how it goes today. It's a tough place to get connection. We are literally in the middle of nowhere. Why are there so many cars? historical marker there, but there isn't one. Did somebody take it? Right now, just gonna wait for them to come down off the mountains, and we'll be there when they hopefully hit the better moisture and maybe some sort of boundary down there. Try and help things out a little. I don't know. I feel like Fort Stockton doesn't usually need a boundary, and you just need a storm that's surface based and not too rainy to go through, and you get a tornado. And I feel like that's how it works like every time. But I don't know. I wonder that sometimes there are places where you get too much help and it doesn't work. Like, you don't really need low-level shear here for whatever reason. They should keep that 2%. Still waiting on the 20Z Outlook update. Is it 20Z or is it 2030Z now? I don't remember. I think it's 20Z. I don't know why I care so much. I don't think anything's gonna change. No way they go 5%. Oh, there we go. Finally, just got a mesoscale discussion now. 40% chance of a watch issuance. They have the conditional probabilities of the tornado up to 90 miles an hour. They're expecting 55 to 70 mile per hour winds with 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail. This mesoscale discussion does denote that little boundary that we were looking at. Localized severe gusts. We got the Davis Mountains. Not even mention of a tornado in this.
I disagree. I think they should mention a tornado. You don't really need some of the ingredients that I feel like are missing today down here. Seems like south of Fort... It's going to be south of Fort Stockton. Going back to Marfa. I don't know, man. I feel like you don't need what... The main weakness is low-level shear. You got steep lapse rates. You got a moist but not overly moist sounding from the HRRR. 1 to 3 shear is solid. 1 to 6 shear is great. Just that lowest kilometer, the shear is not as good. But I don't think that matters today. Would not be surprised if we get a tornado at all. Yeah, it looks like that cell formed just to the south, so we're gonna probably get to Fort Stockton and then bomb southwest. Catch it back north of Marathon. We're gonna be highway chasing here. Holy cow. It's just gonna run to where there are no roads. Are there any roads between in the Glass Mountains? Because we either gotta go, we're an hour out if we go that way. We can go down and around. I'm not afraid of punching through this storm. If we really need to. Are there like any roads there? I don't think there are. So you're pretty much just stuck on highways, which is fine. At Fort Stockton, there's a little bit more options than Marathon, but I don't know. That storm's already encountering, what, 76 over 55 ob? That's what, a 21 spread? I don't know, dude. We gotta get down there. I don't know if it's gonna sit where we want it to sit for long enough. We might have to intercept it off of US 385 instead of 87 or instead of 67. There is something down there though. What's the other? There's no other radars there, right? Yeah, it's only the Midland radar. It just sits there until we get there. It's not moving fast at all now, but once it hits a, gets a strong enough push, it'll just launch off the mountains. What are our motions for today? We have initiation a little bit further south than I was hoping. Let's get a mesoscale analysis upgrade here. Upgrade? Update? Same thing. Same thing. Photograph map. These storms are going to be moving roughly east at 20, northeast before. So, well, if it goes northeast and then right turns, we're okay. I think it's going to right turn much harder than expected, though.
Everybody's on their way down. Thank you for the 200. I don't know how to use that stuff, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Do they work like TikToks? I mean, I don't know how those work either. Oh, okay. So it is similar. Okay. All right, that makes a lot of sense. I understand now. So we're up by Fort Stockton. They got a 16 spread at Fort Stockton. That's not bad, man. For Fort Stockton, they normally rocking 20. So might mix out to there. Is there anybody else? I see some other dots on radar. We're definitely not the only people down here. There's a bunch of tour guys down here. Yeah, a lot of tour groups down here. Yawning now, yes. My bad. I don't think I can stop yawning though. I'll stop yawning when the storm's like, it works like bits. Okay. There we go. We got that severe warning down to the southwest now. Okay, the exchange rate is awful. It can't be worse than the Roblox exchange rate. Yo, thank you for the Sunday, Patrick. I appreciate that. Wow. I think Roblox's exchange rate is like 30 it's like 0.0038 dollars per Robux, so it's pretty bad. Here we go. We are locking in, guys. could end up being our best stream of the year. Be sure to hit that like button, chat. I love you guys. I promise. I think I saw Vince down in Lubbock. I wonder if he actually chased today or he just took off. He's still in Lubbock. Looks like he's just going up north. I like stalking everybody and seeing what they're up to. We might be the only chasers down here who are alive. Well, that'll work out. Hopefully we can bag something awesome. Yeah, this storm's got a severe warning. It's a 32-minute long warning, moving east to 20. Okay, so they already have it moving right. So what I want to do is we're just going to cut through the storm. We could go down to Marathon, but I don't want to go south yet. I want to go southwest. I don't want to just dive south. I wish there was one highway between these two. Or just a road. Yeah, they don't really... You're kind of stuck once you get down to Marathon. And then we take this thing over to Sanderson, which is... It's really classic for those Fort Stockton storms to go down and end up in Sanderson. I'm just gonna squeak around them. Yeah, we're only like probably 30 minutes from getting a view of this. Maybe 40. It depends. Sun is out now, though. It looks a little bit more promising than it did earlier. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same target, Fort Stockton, Fort Davis. It's the same storm. It's just going to end up 20, 30 miles away from where we were hoping it would. I wanted it further north because of the road network up here. It's just slightly better, and you'll take any percentage better up here when it comes to road network. But pretty much the same target still, just storm ended up forming on the south side of the mountains instead of what I wanted, which was the north side. Yeah, we're gonna be in Fort Davis shortly. Texas is beautiful. It's the only state where you can not be on the interstate and drive 63 miles in 53 minutes. I think Iowa's supposed to raise their speed limit too, which is gonna be so nice, man. They had the highway speed limit, I think, of 55, and I think they're raising it to 60. I think Missouri voted to raise their interstate speed limit too. Yep, they are awaiting a bill that would raise the interstate speed limit to 75 miles per hour is heading to the governor. So that's like rural interstate areas. That's cool.
I mean, everybody already goes 10 over everywhere in Missouri anyway, so it's not going to do much, but back in Fort Stockton. Dude, we were literally here. Our best stream, I think, of 2025 was in this area. It's just funny. It's because nobody else chases here, man, except for tour vans. I don't know. This place is kind of magic. You gotta always watch it. We've got upper level support today. We've got thermodynamics hopefully in place. I think we're gonna mix out looking at the sky. It's gonna be fine. It's maybe a little capped up here to the north, but we're still going south, so not too worried. Not too worried about getting a nice storm today. I think there's gonna be a really nice storm on the table here. One way or another. Fort Davis. Yeah, that cell's just really sitting there. Alpine. We're going to Alpine, not Fort Davis. So, storm's supposed to clear that area in 30 minutes. We're supposed to get there about 20 minutes after that happens, but then that's fine. We'll probably come around the back side of the storm and take Marathon, that highway that runs through Marathon East. See, I kind of like chasing here because it kind of feels like how I imagine monsoon chasing in Arizona, but you can actually get like fully condensed tornadoes. They do happen. Sometimes you get little dirt whirls and landspouts in Arizona, but this is like close to that, but with a little dash of plains tornadoes. We're on I-10 for the first time of the 2026 season. It's good to be back. This might be my latest Fort Stockton chase of the year, like of any year. No, that's a lie. I was here June 2nd at 23. Whoops, I lied. Look at that 80 speed limit. Oh my goodness. Taking Highway 6-7. It's coming together. It's coming together, chat. Oh yeah, nah, they do that. VHSU and Vince, yeah. New Mexico's a hidden gem. New Mexico's has some good stuff. I don't know why. I'm just not as big of a fan of the southern plains as the northern. But yeah, New Mexico does get some crazy stuff like Dora, the other Dora, and then the other Dora, and then like Encino. It's like always Dora. Always nice when you come out of the rain like that. Out of the clouds. I wish we were about a half an hour ahead. If we had not U-turned to do that fire, we'd be in a good spot. Starting to move off.
We're gonna come in behind it, but given that it's already got that motion, I think we'll just run through it on the highway. We're not going clear to Alpine, but I think I know a chaser from Alpine. They're from somewhere down here. This thing's got a nice updraft back there. All right, five miles, and then we get off here. Is this the one-lane road down there? I think I see a little like thing that looks like either somebody got pulled over. It's a one-lane road. Once we get there, we'll start running multi-camera stuff. It'll take a second to start running, so. Got the roof cameras live soon. Make sure everything is actually charging up. I should probably get back there and run this thing once we get to the... If you pretend that you've taken a lot of rental cars, sometimes you get lucky and they waive that fee for you. Happened to me a few times. All right, we're gonna pull off here and I'm gonna turn on our multi-cameras. So that way you guys have a full picture of this storm as we approach it.
right, it's probably gonna go out for a second, guys. Here in like 2 minutes. It looks pretty explosive for forecast today. Do those steeper lapse rates. Here in about 2 minutes, we'll try and switch the system. All right, here, I'm gonna test this. Oh, sorry, I had the mic off. Hopefully that fixed that. Okay, we should be live now. Everything's working, hopefully. Have a good view of it shortly here. This place, you either seem to see something insanely cool, or it just seems to be a kind of a bust. You don't really get like a middle ground. There are some new updrafts forming on that southern flank. Should be no issue for us to make it through. Hit this road and then go probably around the storm at Marathon. That way we can at least have a view of it. I didn't want to take the long way around.
That used to kill me. I used to always like try and think too far ahead and just try and get in the perfect spot on the storm, and then the tornado would happen back to the west while I'm trying to figure out the perfect road network east. Okay, we're gonna turn off the stream phone because it's no longer needed. We've got the good old Sony right now. Turn down our audio recording level just a little bit. Sorry guys, I know it's a bit jittery. This camera does not have very good image stabilization, so I want to see if I can do something that would help a little bit, actually. I bet this would help slightly. Okay, we're going to plug in the good thing for this, so that way it charges. Sick. Never stop driving through the desert. Yeah, it looks like a new updraft forming on this southern flank here. Probably a good little bit without a view. I think we can start to see a little bit of that inflow tail feeding in. I wonder if taking this off would help. Off to the left, we do have some more cumuliform type clouds here. I don't know, man. We could be in for a show today. The thing is just given the terrain though, whatever happens is probably going to be dusty. this. Storm's over the mountains here. Look at how beautiful this is, guys. Like I said, it feels like chasing, it feels like how I imagine chasing like Arizona, but you get supercells and fully condensed tornadoes a bit more often here. We're going to be diving straight through the hail core on this guy. That's fine though. It seems like it's going to take this highway by Marathon, and that would be like a perfect scenario for us. It's still pretty high based right now, but as it gets east into a little bit better moisture, we should lower a little bit. I don't know why the side of the vehicle is so shaky. Sorry if you guys are like annoyed with that jitter. I know there's not much I can do right now. I want some way to like kind of neutralize that, because image stabilization does not seem to do much with it. This is better. Maybe it was just too bumpy earlier. Just had a bolt in front of us. I'm excited. You know what? I'm excited. I feel like things are kind of turning out as you would want if you're a storm chaser. Hopefully we can just keep this chasing this storm down this road. Almost on this thing, guys. I forgot my screwdriver to turn the camera a little bit tighter on this thing. This is 24, so I can't really... Up in the mountains, that's where we're forming. I do want to watch this stuff off to our left here. Looks like they might try and develop. I don't really want them to form there. You know, I really want this guy in front of us to be the one that goes, because it should be the one in the best position to track along the best road network. It is so open here.
unique. They just severe warned it. Yeah, we're gonna probably pass through the backside of this storm, and then what's gonna happen is we're gonna end up going around it and chasing it along that highway. Hopefully it doesn't right turn too much. Probably not gonna get a close intercept of a tornado if we get a tornado today, just because the road network probably doesn't support it. In that severe thunderstorm warning right now, guys. Make sure these are all working. Okay. So this updraft is kind of well ahead of where it's showing. We're going to come in through the back side of it. Wonder if you guys can have a view on 2 here. I think getting a little bit of a lowering there on the far right side of the camera. I hope that's in frame for you guys. We got 21 miles until we turn here. The good news is the storm motions today are so fast, or so slow, excuse me, that I don't mind falling behind for a second. Looks like it might be diving south. Yeah, these storms are going to behave a little weird because of the terrain. About to pass through some hail.
What's it warned for? 1-inch hail's not too bad. We can handle 1-inch hail. We're about to punch through. I'm not sure how good our service is going to be through here. Got 15 miles of rain to drive through and hail. Got a nice lowering on it though. I would love a tornado with mountains in the background, dude. Look at this beautiful terrain for chasing. Just wish we had a few more roads. A few more roads. Cut down and around. Severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. run the southern way, I guess, but this is fine too. It's not, this hail is not huge right now. It's still developing. I want a mountain storm tornado thing. That would be so cool. I think our odds are low, but there's like nobody here too. It would be such an open field tornado. It would feel like getting a tornado on the west side of the Outbreak game, bro. That's what it would feel like. At least that's how the map was set up last I played. That's a little much. Seven miles till we turn left on 6-7. Rain shaft down to our south and to our east. Just gonna punch through it. Already starting to see some standing water here. Worried that this road might try and flood out a little. That's one thing I didn't consider. Hopefully the roads don't get washed out by rainfall. It's not a huge storm yet. That could become an issue though. There's like standing water in these fields right now. Thankfully, the highway's a tad lifted. There's a nice little ditch here. Yeah, this storm has completely moved off. Some bolts in front of us. Miles from our turn. Got a little bit of a hook echo on radar now. Well, we gotta punch through it at some point. Otherwise, this is gonna be a really boring chase. how radar looks, because we're so far, is so deceiving. Like, it looks like a small storm, but it's really not. We gotta drive through another 9 miles of rain. Should probably record this. I hope we don't get stuck behind a bunch of locals going slow. I hope the road's not flooded out much. I don't think it should be, but there is that standing water here. If I show you guys off to the right, there is quite a bit of water. That's the back. Sorry, I did the wrong one. Whoops. Quite a bit of water. Some hail, not very big. Oh my goodness, we just had a crazy bolt in front of us. I hope I got that. Let us go east. I'll show you guys down in my south here. It's beautiful. We got some hail building up here. You can see it clustered on the road. It doesn't look big. It looks like a lot of small hail. Saw some hazards, some lights flash. I hope that doesn't mean we're flooded. That would suck. Yes, I know that there's a storm. Yes, I see your lights. Yes, we can see the hail. I do appreciate it, but I can handle this. I got this. All this hail on the road here. Would love to get through here. Dude. What is this? We can just... It's like driving in the snow. We gotta move a little faster than this, otherwise we're never catching it. Once I can see around this turn, I'll try and pass again. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't go past there. And this rain's gonna make it tough. We can still see their headlights down in the back though, so we'll see. We gotta move through here though. Otherwise, we're going to get stuck perpetually behind it, which is not as fun.
gusty out. Some great shots going to be coming out of this. Beautiful area. Big RFD here. Wind's blowing from the northwest. It is pushing, it's either, it might be curling right here. It might be. It looks like outflow, but man, that would be beautiful. Looks like outflow, but that would be an incredible place to get a tornado. It's just outflow dominant right now. Maybe a little wall cloud in the back. I want to get to Marathon and go north a little bit. Dude, if this produces, it's going to be unbelievably awesome. Yeah, you see that little block back there? It's gusting out. Dude, this is awesome. Actually just beautiful. Even if the storms are kind of like a boring storm in the plains is insane down here just because of how crazy it all looks. Getting some kind of downdraft that's just racing right now. I really want to go a little north. There's all these little dirt these little Gustnadoes. I'm actually probably gonna, I want to find some sort of place where I can turn off and pull up to these power lines. I mean, I could go north of Marathon, but that road goes northeast. So all these little dirt whirlies, I wonder if anybody actually reports them. It's always a fun game. There's a gate up here. Perfect. Perfect. So that way, of course, the power lines were back a little bit. Go back to 1 here. Look at this Gustnado off to the in front of us here. Too strong Gustnadoes, honestly. Grab a shot of this.
It's trying. All this dust, man. Dust wrapping in and around. Chat, we're gonna move. A little bit of cold outflow here. Look at these Gustnadoes we got. It's a dusty day, that's for sure. Every chase down here is going to be like this. Look at it just rising right there. All these big Gustnadoes, man. Look at them. There's quite a few of them. I don't know why it switched you guys back. Have the wrong camera on that whole time. That sucks. I don't think there's much utility in going north here. Gonna get a nice haboob. I think we're just gonna go east. Man, I love the architecture here. This Gauge Hotel is cool.
Yeah, this looks sick, man. Marathon, this looks really pretty right here on this road. I don't think we're gonna get a tornado out of this. And if we do, it's just gonna be a big ball of dirt. Look at all this dust coming into town now, just exploding into the air. Can you guys see it on 3? Switch back to 3. Yeah, man. Very pretty. I do kind of want to go a little north. I think we're going to get some new dust to get kicked up here. We're going to go a little bit north. Turn left onto US 385. Got a lot of outflow, but it's not moving too terribly fast. Alright, we're gonna need to pick a road, brother. This road might not have a view, but if it does, it's gonna be a nice one here. Non-tornadic supercell thingy here. Just behind this hill. Valleys. Now, this is not something you'd expect to produce a tornado. That outflow is very cold. Look up ahead here, though, guys. Very pretty. Oh my goodness, there might be a little spout right there. Look at that, a very tight little thing. Look at that. Is that a spout? There might be a weak little dusty circulation here. I think this is a spout. Was that a spout? It's still there. It's connected to the base. Look at that. You guys see that? Look. That is potentially a tornado. I think we have a tornado. I think there's a dusty tornado here, guys. Can you see what I'm talking about? Right there at that little apex. Interesting.
got to be a tornado. I don't see it now. I think there's a tornado back there. I think that's a dusty tornado. You guys see that dust plume right there? Look, there it is. There it is. There it is right there. Tornado on the ground. There it is, dusty tornado. It's been ongoing for a few minutes. It's connected to the base. Here it comes. It's like tilted like it's on the gust front. I don't see much motion in the base. It might just be a strong gustnado out ahead. Or potentially a little curl here. Right where you'd expect. Don't know what we're looking at. Is that a tornado? It looks... It's in lockstep with that cloud. It had like a dirt tube type thing to it, but I don't see much rising motion anymore. Maybe just a kink in the gust front. Not really sure what that was. Like a gust front NATO thingy. But not like it was connected up to the base, so. I don't know what that was. I think it started off as a weak tornado. Beautiful out though. Yeah, this is kicking out. See how far it's kicking out ahead now? It did not look like that earlier. It was a really defined dust tube for a minute, but yeah, look at how fast this stuff's racing away from that storm. See, look at what's happening in there.
So interesting. There's also this little curl here. Time for the main camera to go inside. I don't know what was happening there. It really looks like the Gustnado attached all the way up to the base for a second, and then another gust hit and blew it forward. The move is still going to be to go south here. I want to let this thing pass to my south first. Yeah, dude, all these little dust whirls on this updraft base here. Got another one a little bit further north. It's a lot smaller. There's a little curl in the base on this one. See this dust behind us. Beautiful storm, that's for sure. Grab some stills for today. It's cold. It's cold. Cold, cold, cold. Yeah, the only way that's a tornado is if it's a Gustnado. I'm kind of confused on how you even count that. Like, Gustnado that hit the base, you know? Just kind of a weird, not very common thing, but that's what it seemed like. There's this little, like, dirt tube that got forced up. No idea how to classify that. Gustnado at the end for sure. But at the beginning it did not appear that way. Got all these little whirlies and stuff forming. Look, there's one coming down the hill behind us. Look, there's one right here. Just right next to us. Just change direction. No curling in the sky with this whatsoever. 0 meter the Gustnado. Oh, we just got wind's coming the other way. Oh, I'm getting mauled by tumbleweeds. Oh, look at this one. We got another strong. This one's got a little curl here. Look, this one's got a curl aloft. Can Can you guys see that? There's a little curl here. So crazy. Look at this gustnado thing, whatever, crossing here in front of us. Right? Sitting right in this little kink here. Cool. Dude, it is going. That is a strong gustnado. All this cool dynamic stuff happening right here. It just fell apart. Look at that. Crazy. I wonder how cold it is out. You know, it's not so bad right here. These are some very intense gustnadoes. Yeah, there's like weak cyclonic curling right here. There's one way behind us that's gotten tall. What does this mean? Probably no tornadoes. Unless they're these weak little dusty guys. Okay, I'm starting to see some hail. I'm seeing quarters falling. Quarter-sized hail on the road. What is this thing right there? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I wonder if this is like a candidate for a day where you get like, I don't know, some more goofy stuff on the leading edge of the outflow. I mean, it's already been like that, but sometimes these storms like to confuse you, and that's kind of what's happening today. It's very cool terrain, though, to see a storm in. Tumbleweed right there. I haven't checked the radar in like 10 minutes. There's no way any of this shows. Well, we could go back down south and around. I want to go south and around. I'm not going to follow these people. Well, I think we'll go into the, check out this hail core here. See, what kind of hail are we warned for? 1.25. It's about what we were seeing. All right, well, it's time to do this maneuver again. No, man, that thing was like, could have been like a gustnado forced up into the base and then stretched.
Because it was like right along those mountains. Oh, this is not quite as small as I was expecting. Alright, there it is. There it is. Starting to push up onto this road. Texas is the only place where you can get like flooded roads with an inch of water. We got to be careful going downhill here. Up top, I'm not so worried, but down here it could be annoying. I don't want to get stranded. The stuff earlier handled it fine, so I assumed we'd be good to go. have quite a bit of standing, or these fields have quite a bit of standing water. I want to get to Marathon and go east. Just take it down to Sanderson. Probably lose it down there somewhere, and then when that happens, we gotta floor it up to Colorado. Like it's gonna sit just north of this road, and if we didn't have that super cold downburst, this thing could have been really sick. Just a dusty thing here. All right, it's off to number 2. Similar to how we came out earlier. Yeah, it's just gonna line out. All right. Well, that gives us some options. I want to stay on it for a tad longer. There are some bolts down in New Mexico. I'm kind of worried. There's some decent storms trying to form west of Carlsbad, New Mexico. I kind of want to get out in front and see what this thing looks like. And then if it's like kind of whatever, we'll go up north and maybe play New Mexico a little bit, but probably just end up blasting to Colorado for the moment. they're gonna just head up to Colorado. I think that's what they're doing. I don't blame them. I would love to enjoy the storm much more, but we have a haul up to Colorado tonight. To get to my target, it's like 12 hours, I think, plus. It might be more. Yeah, it's an 11-hour drive up to my target. We might copy those vans and go back up north. They do have a flash flood warning out. I did miss a few donations. Wow. Thank you guys. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that for the two $5 donations and another $2 donation. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Jane, for the €2. Thank you, Christy, for the sunshine and the high fives. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, the camera keeps slipping off its thing here. I gotta fix it again. Yeah, this is gusting out really fast. Dust getting kicked up here. It would be awesome if it could like wrap up and do like a dirt tube just to the south here. In fact, it's a little sus right there. Like a broad curl right there. Southern edge of the outflow. Don't think you'll have a strong enough updraft on top of it to get a tornado. There is some weak spin here though. Not really a true wall cloud, but just kind of a little eddy where things are getting caught and spinning a little. I think it's just gonna gust down here. And it seems like it's lost that a little bit. A little bit more unclear where this thing is. A little more unclear. Yeah, it is curling right here, though. It's just really weak and diffuse. I feel like I've seen this type of circulation thousands of times. Maybe done something like 10 times at most. Just seems like we're going to be too far removed from where the better stretching is. Echoes are jumping, though. It's probably going to be really obvious if it does actually do anything. But right now, it just looks like a turbulent base. Not much concentrated rotation at all. Trying to look to see if there's anything. I just don't think this is going to work out. I want to see what the storm looks like from the eastern side. Looks like especially to the north, if I show you guys once we pass this little ridge here. Especially to the north of us, we got this sort of roiling texture that's sort of outflow, super outflow dominant look that you generally don't recover from. We'll switch you guys over so you can see that textured whale's mouth-esque thing just to our northeast. That is where the cold air is. That's the kind of the boundary that's warm air being forced up over the cooler air. So if we go back to where we're at in front of us, that's not really there yet. So, I mean, it's got an opportunity here. It's probably not a great one. We're fairly high based. There's not much concentrated rotation. It wants to gust out bad. It's not a very strong circulation either. Whoa, how is my phone at 1%? Yeah, you guys can see that roiling stuff back to the left there. It's very pretty, but in front of us here is not much. This is probably not going to work. I feel like the only time I've seen something similar work was like the Groover thing a few years ago. Just not, you know. Yeah, look how pretty this is. Off to the north here. See, this boundary has just pushed east. Yeah, it just seems like this boundary's way too far gone to do much. This would be a great spot for a time lapse where these chasers are up here. Great spot to just time lapse that roiling texture. It'd be very pretty. Is Thomas here? Feels like everybody's meeting up because they figure it's over. Dude, there's so much convergence relatively compared to just last year. We chased a very similar event last year and there was like 6 people. Although I guess it was like mid-June, so nobody was on Chasecation yet. My phone just died. The location's gonna not update for a sec until I get this fixed. Alright, I think we need more lights. There needs to be more lights. I can't see this car parked up here on the road. It needs more. It does not have enough. It
does not have nearly enough. Yeah, this is chalked. Look at this thing though, very pretty storm. I want to make sure my focus is perfect on this. We gotta record that for a bit. Charging here. It keeps erroring whenever I try and charge it. Alright. Grab some beef jerky. Man, it's cold. It's so cold. Probably time to finish up. Cold. Alright, we're gonna slide east a little bit. It's kind of just a ticking clock until the only choice becomes to go up I got you. Oh, always run into the road. Is Thomas? Is Thomas anywhere here? I don't see Thomas. Look at that. That's so cool. Oh, we just had a crazy bolt. Did we catch that? The only thing I don't like about this Sony is there's actually two things. It's the focusing that bothers me and the image stabilization. Other than that, I really like it. I'm really fighting with whether or not I should keep going or go home. Or not. Well, I guess it is home. It's Colorado, but. Definitely winding down. What did I just... I just ran over the world's largest rock, bro. It's a good thing I have another extra tire now. Go two. I wish I could get a tornado like here, you know, like if you look all around us, it's just incredibly gorgeous here. Big complex of big line of storms here coming through. I'm a little worried that that New Mexico target that I kind of liked is going to go. It's struggling a little bit, but that was my target when I went to bed last night. I expect the wrap had like a crazy setup. With like 60s dews in southeast New Mexico. And I was like, well, that's probably not going to happen, but if we can get like mid 50s, that would be swell. And I just didn't. Dude, that New Mexico thing, the tops are slowly building on it. I wish these power lines here on the left were not on the left. See, we got these power lines over there. What is Thomas's group? Were they in SUVs or vans? I don't remember. Power lines are like just offset behind the fence enough where it's annoying to photograph. Yeah, today's definitely become a photography-centric sort of day. Which is fine. I just wish these power lines were a little bit somewhere else. worth a shot. There's too much shrubbery there. I'll probably just turn around on the shoulder and make the best of it instead of trying to find the perfect shot and never stopping. Another issue I get sometimes. Look at that. Holy cow, look at this, guys. Beautiful. Beautiful day. Like, unironically, just gorgeous terrain with, I mean, any like mid-tier storm with terrain like this is gonna be like just crazy cool. Like in the desert, you know, just so sick. Tripod is struggling for whatever reason. There you go. I want those clouds crossing that little thing right there. Be back. Hey, look at number
Look at number 4. Got this little thing wrapping up right here. We're just gonna keep moving down, chat. They parked like right where I was filming. Suppose that means you guys saw me almost just die there. Tripped over a rock. Two's nice. 4's nice. 3's nice. I like 2 right now. Actually, we're gonna go this one because sorry, I was running back and forth to get out of their shot. Go out ahead and keep doing some stuff. I mean, this is very, very elevated, very cold. Where is my charger? Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button. I would love to hit 8K subs today. We just hit 7,000 in like, I think 2 chases ago, maybe 3 chases ago. So we've been picking up steam. Streams have been doing much better with this better connection, man. Couple of severe worn cells here. These are all kind of behind this little outflow or right on it. So these things that should gradually just become less and less interesting as that boundary gets out way out ahead of the storms It's already getting there right now. It's just a very slow process here. I would love down like a road here, like straight road shot. A little road up in front of us on the hill. Just so pretty. It'd be a great place to set up a time lapse, I think. Somewhere through here. Like I said, it feels like chasing monsoon, but with a slightly stronger storm. Getting a little less and less interesting as time goes on. Far from bolts. Sanderson's in 20 miles. Go around me. In that? I think this is. I think this is. I think this is. I think this is them. I'm gonna go say hi to everybody. Alright, I'll be back, guys. It's kind of actually just falling apart too much. I think it's probably time to start going home. Head back to Colorado for tomorrow. Just gonna go say hi when they started packing up. So.
Well, we have a really long drive, so we'll punch back through these storms, and then I'm going to go ahead and call it. Yeah, 11.5-hour drive to tomorrow, so we need to go now. All right, we're going to get down to Sanderson here, I think. I think this takes us to Sanderson. No, it doesn't. It should take us the road before. It takes us just before Sanderson. A great spot right here, too. It's just the storm's getting less and less interesting. Where are we even going to sleep tonight? He'll probably drive till midnight. Where does that put us? Maybe Amarillo, Diamond, Springfield, Lamar, somewhere in there probably is where we're going to end up stopping tonight. Not tired enough to stop at Midland. That's going to be what, like, Midland's got to be like 2 hours, 3 hours probably from Midland. Yeah, like 2 hours. I want to see what those New Mexico storms do, but I don't want to add to the drive because I feel like it's not going to work there. Yeah, they really haven't come down yet. 72 over 53, that's, yeah, they've definitely been falling apart, so good thing I didn't pick that target. I think it's time to get a move on for tomorrow. We are going to end up intercepting part of this line, though, because it runs from pretty much down here up towards I-10. Nondescript little shelf thingy there on that leading edge. Huh. Where do we go tomorrow, though, is the question. We'll hit Sanderson here in a little bit, go north, because I really want to do Colorado. I'm interested to see, like, I just feel like shear's probably a little too strong for Colorado. This stuff has it like a Sterling and a Joe storm. Jeez, man, that's so far north. The good news is that it's like 8 o'clock when it has this, so yeah.
going to be northern Colorado, I think. Man. We only have a couple hours to kill before we get up, so we're gonna have to just go all the way through. And then Friday, there's another severe weather threat. Let's see what they've done. So they had that slight risk with the 2% today. They got a slight risk with the 2% tomorrow, and then they just have a general slight risk from in the Texas Panhandle, Northwest Texas, Western Oklahoma. Here on Friday. I think I got it right that these storms are gonna, we're good to get off them earlier than normal. Go north and get back towards a tornado threat tomorrow. Man, if this camera would stop shaking, that would be splendid. That would be splendid. Just not working. Sorry, chat. We're gonna check back in on you here now. Sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you for the $2, Laura. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're gonna come through Sanderson here, the west side of Sanderson, go north, and then we're gonna intercept the extra part of the line, and then we're gonna call it and blast to Colorado. It is an 11-hour drive from where we are right now to the southern edge of my target. So the good news is storms go up a little bit later according to these models, but I don't really buy that too much. So we're gonna just have to blast through, probably get 5-6 hours of sleep tonight, and then chase tomorrow. The good news is we'll be able to rest tomorrow night after tomorrow's chase, because Colorado's not too far from the Texas Panhandle. So should have more than enough time after that. And then I haven't really looked at Friday in too much detail, but I haven't even looked at Saturday at all. So we'll have to see what things look like going forward, but should have streams both tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow is pretty much a guarantee. I think so is Friday. So 80 or 90% for each day. Enough gas to make it to Fort Stockton. Where is we end for the night? What time are we be in Amarillo? That's got to be we'd probably be in Amarillo by 10 or 11. Oh, midnight. Okay. Okay. Well, that's doable. I would like to get to at least Amarillo tonight. Potentially up to Boise City or Springfield. If we're really pushing it, we could do Lamar, but I don't think we're going to be able to make it to Lamar. I didn't sleep too well last night, so I'm trying to factor that in. Yeah, Lamar's 3 a.m. Central.
Okay, so Boise City or Amarillo is probably where we're going to stop. I wonder if Springfield might be doable. That shaves an hour off. It's 2 a.m., but I think there's really only a cobblestone in Springfield. Drive north. Sorry, I keep switching you guys to other alternate cameras because this one's so shaky. I should probably clean the mud out of my tires. That'd probably help a little bit. Vehicle has been through quite a bit. We're at 133,000 miles. We got it September 2024 with like 8 miles on it. It's brand new vehicle. So in about a year and a half-ish to 133,000 miles, right? I mean, it's, I guess, I guess 1 2/3 of a year. Man, we have taken this car everywhere. Up here should meet us at some point. There's no way we make it through without hitting it again. There's this gas station in Sanderson, but we don't need it. We can stop in Fort Stockton at the Loves. Probably stop again. I don't know, probably get dinner at maybe Lubbock. I need to fix up one of the tires. I need to get an oil change at one point. That's probably happening Friday morning. Not gonna have time to do that tonight or tomorrow. My first Colorado chase of the year tomorrow. Sanderson. I think they had a tornado come through at some point in the past 2 years. I don't remember which part of town though. either way. We're not going through the main part of town. Up here in front of us is Sanderson here, 3 Mile Draw. You got to have at least one chase here, otherwise it doesn't feel like a complete season. It really doesn't. Where am I turning? Really doesn't feel like a complete season until you made it down to Sanderson. There's like a few towns that you like have to go through. It's like Sanderson, Amarillo, Lubbock, Woodward, Dodge City, North Platte, Cheyenne. At least for me. I mean, I chase like everything, so I know when I start getting, you know, Southwest Texas targets that really look viable, it's about time for the Northern Plains to wake up. Thank you for the $5, Jennifer. See you later. Hopefully you have a great afternoon and evening. But we're gonna catch this other part of the storm here. Man, my tripod is so not level. It's time to move through, grab one last piece of this storm, and then floor it, man. I got a car full. I got like 4 energy drinks left of my 3 cases that I started this trip with. So we're also out of our protein shakes, so we got to go stop. Depending on how late Walmart's open in like Lubbock, could stop and grab some protein shakes there, the premier ones. Do have a couple cracks on our windshield, but they're not really worth fixing. I'm not really sure when they happened. It had to be hail on the day of the St. Library tornado. Oh, thank you for the $2 Canadian, William. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Want to see a tornado? I don't think today's going to be the day to see a tornado. Oh, that fire from earlier was a confirmed cause by a lightning strike. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's really nothing else that's going to do it like that unless somebody, like, I don't know, did something stupid. What time are you starting your live stream tomorrow? I'm not really sure. I'll probably start it around 1 or noon again. I kind of like starting a little earlier. Stream seems to do better when I do that. We're about to collide with this storm here. There's really not going to be much to see based on how it looks right now. It's just going to be a bunch of rain, wind, and hail, if we can find any hail. This part of Texas is so pretty. It's kind of a shame we don't get down here as much as, you know, as often. But, and then it is tough to chase. Like, I would be much more flustered and frustrated if we did have a tornado threat today. Like a really good tornado threat. Because then you just can't get close and it's tough to see and you got to pick your spots even more wisely than normal. Upload a short of the tornado that chased us from behind the other day, and then I got one the St. Library tornado as well. That was a really short tornado. And look at this. Look how beautiful this is. Would have been so sick to get a tornado in this empty, open, you know, this terrain. But it's so pretty. Switch you guys over to 2 here so you can see the storm. Off to the left, look, there's sun peeking in right in front of it, highlighting that little valley. That's really pretty. Very pretty day. Not much structure to this storm. You can see it's just kind of that stratiform type line there. There's not really too much of a shelf with it. That's why we're getting off of it. If it was super pretty, I'd make an excuse to stay for longer. shortly. Only a couple miles south of where it's crossing the highway in front of us, about 5 miles. It is actually insane how well service with our stuff performs here. Like, this is such a remote area. And yet, you know, I can get radar pretty much all the time. I have not had a single issue loading radar today. I had more issues in Kansas because of all the other chasers. Fort Stockton is an undisclosed distance ahead of us. It's crossing right up here. Look at this roiling texture here. Oh, this is a one-lane road. Look how beautiful this is. Oh, we just had bolts right in front of us. Like, do I know any of those people? I don't think I do. Look at how crazy that looks. It's kind of funny being like right under where like is much better than, you know, being out in front right now. I'm gonna grab some video on my other camera. The question is, how long is this one-lane road closed for? All right, well, there's trucks and stuff coming through, so it can't be too long. Getting bolts everywhere. Hopefully some of them are coming through. The reality of waiting in line. Oh, are we going or? Just remember, I got this camera too. Look at that. here we go. Well, it's good to know. I'm going to mark down that this road is under construction. Going very slow here. It doesn't seem like it's a long thing though. Getting a lot of bolts off to the left here. Yo! Dude, we're getting tons of bolts over. want to see if we can find a rainbow here. It just might work, it might not work. Tours in front of us. Pretty much the only people out today were in tours. There were a couple chasers who weren't, but for the most part, it was tours. Something cool up here to finish the day off. tough to get a rainbow. I don't think we're gonna get one. Behind us, not really going to get a good view of anything because we're on the opposite side of all the updrafts. we only have 10.5 hours left. Only 704 miles till we're at the target. Only 704. Really seen him at us. Chat. I have to pee pretty bad. I get dumped to this the Loves up here. Loves DK. 20 minutes out. Storm's dropping bolts behind us. Maybe you guys will catch one if I switch you. But if I switch you, like I just did, it might just stop all the bolts. So if that's what happened, I'm sorry, but not much I can do about that.
We're gonna stop up here at Fort Stockton. Let's go to the gas station. I am hungry, chat. Good bolts. Yeah, there's been bolts all day, Nat. We're gonna get in here. It's been a day, chat. It certainly has been. I think this is our best stream ever in terms of just performance. In terms of total views, I think it was number one. I think it's number two for concurrence. And I think it's number one for likes. So we broke a couple channel records today. That's pretty sick. Yeah, let's see. How many likes? 1.3K tied with DFW stream, which is also 1.3K. So we'll have to see where they end up in total. But it's been an awesome day. Great stream. We saw actually a pretty solid storm. I was worried when it started gusting out like that, but those little like Landspout things on the edge were super cool. I don't know really what they were. They're like Gustnadoes that just kept connecting to the base. But they were tight, like distinct rotating columns in some of them. nice tour group this is up here. They are flooring it. Stretch, get some food, maybe find some energy drinks that I like, maybe find protein shakes that I like, something. I use the bathroom so bad, chat. There are way too many cars on this road. We gotta make it to Love's here in like 10 minutes. think I forgot to turn my real-time location on. I feel like I don't think it's been updating. Yeah. It's going to teleport me. I forgot to turn it back on after my phone died. Once we get here, I'm going to run into the bathroom and then do an outro. I'll also have to get gas up here. And I got to figure out what I want to do for dinner. The same idea as these folks. There's only 2 of them? I swear there were 3. The Kentucky, is that who I think it is? Alright folks, I'll be right back.
All right, folks. That's going to be it for us today. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I can't get this to work right. I don't have the reaction camera set up to do a face outro, so we're just going to have to do camera facing out. But thank you guys so much for joining. We had a couple little spin-up things. I'm not really sure if they were tornadoes, gustnadoes, what they were. They were like gustnadoes, but then they were getting, pulled back into the updraft. So I'm not too sure what happened there. But it was a nice day nonetheless. We had probably our best stream, I think, in most metrics. So thank you guys for being a part of that. I really do appreciate it. And see if I missed any donations. Thank you for the $10, Windy City. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We had a really solid day. I'm going to have to go through our footage and everything. Go see, exactly what we got. Because I think one of those may have been a weak tornado, kind of on the gust front. They got pulled back in by the updraft. So, it's a bit weird. And sometimes the line can be blurry, especially with those dusty days, because it shows every little vortex. So, but yeah, that's all I got. We're going to be going live tomorrow afternoon in most likely Colorado, and then we'll be going live on Friday at some point, Texas Panhandle area. So stay tuned for that. I'll do another post again tonight with another update, and that's pretty much all I got. So thank you guys. Stay safe. Have a great rest of your evening, and I will see you tomorrow.